it is important to give them mentorship, and it is also important to let them know that they are important, that you want them in your community. For example, when I wanted to apply to an open source program, I was reluctant to apply until I saw women are encouraged to apply. That single sentence made me apply to that program, and that is one way to encourage women to join open source communities, by letting them know that yes, we want you in this community. Because if you don't mention it, as people who have been generally discriminated and have faced biases in the past, they would be reluctant to apply. So please, I'll just conclude. I'll just conclude by saying this. So these are just a few strategies to promote women participation in open source. I wish I could say more, but thank you so much.
Come on, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Oluwatosin. I'm really sorry for the short time, and it was really interesting listening to you. I wish we had more time to actually listen to like more inspiring things that she had to say. But we need to move on to the next speaker. The next talk is actually quite interesting. It says, "Why should you take it slow as a junior engineer?" That's like really interesting because I think when we want to start our career, we're like so fast. Sorry. So why should we take it slow? It's currently going on Earth. So now in Mars we have no code development in Africa. For people who are non-technical and you want to learn how to like contribute to open source without writing code, we currently have Joy Albert to give us that. Please welcome Joy.
Can you hear me? Anyone who uses this no-code to build applications, and they could be business owners, they could be startup founders, they can be to build applications. We have benefits of no-code development. Bridges the gap between technical and non-technical individuals in application development. So before no-code development, the only people that could build applications were those who knew how to code. But with no code now, even if you are a very non-technical person, you can still build applications. You can still build software just the same, just like a technical person, just that you are not writing any code. So both the non-technical people and technical people can be involved in the development process. Then we have cost-effective or budget-friendly. Yes, this one now is especially for small businesses that don't have the budget for traditional development. Most of these no-code tools, most of their don't have the budget for traditional development. Most of these no-code tools, most of their plans are very affordable. They are very cheap, depending on the one you want. It's very, very affordable, especially for small business. Then we have rapid application development. Yes, we know that with code, it takes about 3 to 6 months if you are building a fully functional application. But with no code tools, you can actually use 2 to 4 weeks if it's a fully functional application. And even if it's just a simple application like a landing page, you can use a day to build. So that's one of the benefits. And then we have requires no prior coding or technical skill. Yeah, you don't need to learn any technical skill at all. No matter how non-technical you are, you can enter into no code and build applications just like a technical person. And then we have easy to use and understand. Every no-code tool is very easy to use. You just need to spend some time in it and understand how the interface works, how the platform works. That's how you can go about it. Then we have what you can build with no code. You can build automations, you can build applications, you can build websites, APIs, you can even build voice assistant, chat assistant, chatbot, anything that you want to build, you can actually build it with no code. So first of all, you pick a tool depending on what you want. You make your research on that tool and then you build. But I know that if you don't have an app idea or you are a non-technical, not on what you want, you make your research on that tool and then you build. But I know that if you don't have an app idea or you are a non-technical person, that is, you don't know how application software works, you can just clone templates of that tool because for every no code tool, they all have templates. You can try clone it so that by then you'd have gotten an idea of how apps work. And I also wrote it is advisable to start from basic tools, especially if you are just starting out in tech and you don't really know much about technical things. Start from basic tools before you move on to advanced tools. Then we have closing tips. Do your own research. Every day there's something new coming out in no code. Right now there are still some limitations, but every day those limitations are going down. Every day those limitations are reducing. So you need to keep doing research. Even over the tool that you are using, you need to keep doing research. Then be patient, yes. Especially if you are a non-technical person. When you are just starting out, it can be very difficult for you to get how it's done. But you have to be patient with yourself. And then I wrote, no code does not equate to no work. Yes, just because you are not writing code does not mean that it's as simple as ABC. There are times when it gets really complex. So you just have to be patient. And then I wrote, keep building. Yes, you keep practicing on the particular tool that you have chosen. Keep building. Share your progress online and then join communities. Every no code tool have their own communities that you can always join and connect with other makers. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So I'll be bringing on stage Oluwa Bami Kemi. She's going to be speaking on community as a service. A round of applause, please, please, please. You guys should go harder.
So my name is Oluwabami Kemi, and I'm speaking on community as a service. So I just have a quick question. This next slide. I just have a quick question. Well, I work as a community manager at Tunga. So has anyone ever been an active member of the community yet? You can show the use the community. Okay. So now it brings me to say that while I was starting my career as a community manager, I faced a whole lot of struggle. Starting with knowing the right tool to use, knowing the right community to join, and all of those sorts. And then when I joined a particular company as a community manager, I had struggles again. Whole lot of struggle. And then I now thought of it. What if? Let us imagine that there is a certain prototype or that there is a service that provides us as community managers, right? Next stage to do, getting feedback from community members, and all of those sorts. Will it not make my life and every other person here that raised their hands easier? Yeah, right? So now brings me to the point of, please, next slide. Next, 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 next. Yeah, community. We all know about software as a service, right? Please go back again. Now this is where we are, right? We are community as a service. Getting community, what would you say community as a service is? Community as a service is when you have a particular framework that provides a service that you can do as a human, making our life easier. Yeah, and services like please next and next and next and next. Services like seamless onboarding. Next. Services like engagement and moderation. Next. And services like measuring metrics. And I have one particular example for that. Next, please. And that is Orbit. Do anyone use Orbit here? Orbit is life saving, right? It helps you measure your success in your community, measure how the progress of your community is going, and also give you good feedback so you know where you are, know when you're moving from point A to point B, and it's just so seamless, right? I do not work with Orbit, but this is me promoting Orbit, praise God. And I think if we have services like this, more of it. I mean, this is one that I know for sure. There are probably others which I wouldn't mind you sharing with me. If there are services like this that make our life easier as a community manager or as people building communities or you are in a community space, I think that would be a very, very amazing thing to do. Please next. So I'm just going to be leaving you with this quote. So one of the marvelous things about community is that it enables us to welcome and help people in a way we couldn't as an individual, right? We are all coming together as entities and we are providing value to our community members. So being in a community is a way you provide value to people in a way people do not, the way you cannot do as an individual. So let's now take it a step higher to having services that provides all this value, all this seamlessness. And let's imagine how better. Now this is like me just giving it action points. Imagine how easy our lives will be if we have more services, more products, more frameworks that makes our lives as community managers easier. Food for thought. Thank you everyone for having me.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. So I'll be introducing Victor Onazi. He's going to be talking on designing for the future. Clap now. No energy. Okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
for people. Yeah. And when it comes to open source, and very free for them and be able to access resources that are out there. I'll be speaking on the benefit of open source. I mean, there are many benefits, but I'll just pick one. I mean, it will like create efficiency in design process. I mean, you don't want to solve a problem that has already been solved. You don't want to start from scratch. I mean, creating efficiency in doing that will help people do that. Teach other designer best practices. I mean, when it comes to teaching other designer best practices, I mean, like you're trying to bring the industry standard basically, it has helped shape a sustainable world for people. So next, please. And this is one of an interesting design toolkit that we contributed in. I mean, I have quite a number of people in the house that contributed to this particular open source project. So this particular open source, like design contract, a lot of stuff that he has done, and basically just creating impact to the community. Next, please. And this is another one. This is a very popular individual, Jones Banks. It's somebody that basically has impacted the Figma community by giving a lot of people access to these particular resources. Next, please. And this is a very popular one as well. Avatar is just a crowd open source project to just create avatar. And this was basically done with a combination of both designers and developer. It has given people the flexibility to collaborate. And these are like the impact of what open source design is basically doing for people as well. Next, please. Yeah, so how do we design for the future? Next, please. Design for open source. I mean, that's the key word for everything. Designing for open source will definitely help in doing all this. Next, please. And these are like the key principles. Whenever you are designing for open source, bear in mind collaboration and knowledge sharing. Bear in mind education and awareness and social equity and inclusion. These are like the things you should bear in mind. Slash, please. Next. And finally, in conclusion, by embracing open source design, it can collectively create a more equitable, regenerative, and sustainable world for everyone. I mean, these are like the key words that we should bear in mind when it comes to open source design. And next, thank you. So nice.
Very, very much. It's so great that conversations around open source design is beginning to be a thing, and it's like really interesting to see that actually come to life. The next speaker we have modern and productive development with that 3, and the person who's going to be talking to us about that is Ethiel. I hope I don't murder his name, but we would have Ethiel up here to. Okay, thank you.
My name is Itiel Ajasa. I'm a software engineer and Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart. So today we're going to talk about modern and productive development with Dart 3. So we are going to see why
Hello. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Um, okay, so I'm going to be introducing EB. She's going to be speaking on a community that failed, dissecting how a once thriving community lost its way. Please, a round of applause for EB.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ibi Fiberesima, and I'm so excited to be here today. If there's one thing that I'm so stoked about doing is creating community-driven experiences for brands, and I'm currently doing that at Groove Tickets. So today we're going to be analyzing how a once thriving, bubbling community failed, and the question is, what could have gone wrong? What happened? So it's important that I say this, that there is no community out there where everything is a great success or a total failure. Most of the times, things are just floating in between both ends. And as a community manager slash builder, what you should try to do is to find how you can maintain that balance in between. So I read a book, and I'll never forget the name of the author because the book was an interesting read. It was written by Otto Konyondol. And in that book, something intriguing happened. Sherlock Holmes solves a crime by paying attention to what did not happen. The family dog had not barked, and it meant that the murderer had to be someone that the family knew. What this story illustrates is how an average community builder does not pay attention to what we call negative cues in the community. So these are signals that contribute to an unhealthy environment within the community and ends up stifling the community's ability to grow. So I'm going to give an example. So for example, you have Mr. A, who used to be one of your 1% engager in your community, and all of a sudden he stops engaging. An average community builder will just not want to reach out to know what happened because we've been taught so much to focus on what's working. But then we forget that in order for us to solve a problem, you have to find out what that problem is before you can solve it. So the name of the community we're going to be analyzing today is going to be called the Eden Community. And this is a community for business entrepreneurs. And this was the very first community that I joined when I started my journey into entrepreneurship. So because I have a few minutes, so I'm just going to go ahead and list out what this community did wrong and what they would have done right in order to address these situations, right? And it's also important that I say this because before every community fails, there are what we call, like I said, negative cues, right? These are signals that are often overlooked. So for example, there was decline in engagement, right? The community atmosphere became very toxic. There was poor communication, and these were things that if they had really looked into it, they would have been able to provide solutions to it. So this Eden community, what were the things they did wrong? First of all, there was no structure. The clear purpose was not communicated, and I feel like this is where a lot of people get it wrong when it comes to community building. They just want to start a community because that is what is basically trending. But you have to understand that before you start a community, you want to be able to validate the demand for that community, because most of the times we have good ideas, but then when we put it into market, we'll find out that that idea is not really sellable, it's not really profitable. So even the Bible says, write the vision down, make it plain. So you have to be able to identify a clear purpose for your community. Why are you starting this community? The second thing that I also noticed was there was no variety in terms of the programs that were being done, right? So for every month, we would attend what we call monthly meetups. And we kept on doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So when you're designing community programs, you want to be sure that you reach out for feedback to members of a community, and at every point in time, make sure that there is a variety in terms of what you are designing for your members, because you're not just designing for yourself, you're designing for people. So you have to be able to put those people into consideration. The third thing that I also noticed was there was poor communication. So this leads me to the second thing that I said, right? This is where a lot of community builders get it wrong. So in that community, what was basically happening was they were reaching out to just a few people who they felt were like the popular guys in the community, forgetting that the community was made up of both people that were not popular and people that were popular. So they were just reaching out to the popular guys in the community.
So this leads me back to what I said earlier on. You want to be able to gather feedback from everybody within your community. So the fourth thing was poor member retention. You want to ensure that as people are leaving your community, you're reaching out to them and trying to gather feedback to know, okay, what did we do wrong? Why are you leaving this community? And then use those feedback as a platform for you to improve on your community strategies, because basically as a community builder, I feel like community is all about experimentation. You try this, it does not work, you try something else, right? Then we're just okay, I'm just going to list out a few things because I think I have like a minute remaining. So let's just go over to strategies for building a sustainable community. Like I said earlier on, the first thing you want to do is to be able to validate the demand. And in validating the demand, you want to take into consideration the size of your target market, the level of your existing competition, and the target market level of passion. These are the three things you have to take into consideration when you're building your community. The second thing you want to do is to empower community members. Empower community members, really important. Okay, I think it's time to round up. So I'm just going to leave with this statement, right? That community is a big investment and it's something that takes time. It's something that you should not just rush into, something that you should really take your time and build on. Thank you guys so much for coming to listen to my talk. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
All right. A round of applause, please. All right. Thank you for that awesome talk. So the next person we're bringing on stage is Kingsley. So he'll be discussing GitHub for designers. A round of applause for Kingsley, please. Let's have it. You guys should energy. Okay.
Okay, so next slide, please. I'm just going to run down because I have limited time. Next slide, next slide. Okay, so how can you start contributing as a designer using GitHub? Onazi said something about, contributing using Figma, maybe creating Figma UI kits and all that. So I'm going to talk about how to do that using GitHub. Next slide. So if you're a designer here, can you wave, please? Let me know. Only two designers. Okay. So, okay, first to contribute to projects, right? Not like there's something you need to understand. You are not designing on GitHub, but GitHub is just a tool. It's a technical tool that will first help you find the project, discover the project you want to contribute to. So first is finding the project. So I'm going to use a particular project where I currently contribute to and also the design maintainer on the project. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I just want to assume that we all have a GitHub account, but if you don't have one as a designer, so you can go ahead create one. So once you've created one, the next thing you have to do is go to the I know the project's name. So repository are more like a project folder, like you have folders on your PC. So but the folder is probably hosted in Landmark, right? So everybody in this premises can access that folder. So that's basically GitHub repository. That's what it does. So different projects host this thing, project folder on GitHub. So what you do is that you want to find the folder and discover issues in the folder you can solve as a designer. So now you go to GitHub and just search. So these are like filter options. So you can filter by repository. That's if you know the project's name. So you can search by repository. So next slide. So for example, okay. So once you visited the project repository, the next thing you have to look up is a read.me file. So this is kind of like standard for every project. Every project must have a readme.md file rather. It's a markdown file. So this is a file where you have to learn about the project. Because I always say this, that you can't contribute to a project you don't understand. To contribute effectively to a project, you have to first understand the project. So this is kind of like a rundown of a particular project I'm currently contributing to. So you learn about the rules, the code of conduct, and how you can contribute to the project. So next slide. Okay, so this is the issue. Yeah, so this is still the project repository results. Yeah, so I had to kind of like put the read.me file where you have to read about it. So this is still searching based on repository. Next slide, please. Okay, so
page you get. So you see, you have the code option, you have the issue option. Now the issues is where you find design. Issues are more like tags, right? Is where you find design tags, right? And another option is that while searching for this project, you can also decide to search based on design. If you're a graphic designer, you can search for maybe graphic design issue on GitHub, right? You can search for UI design issues on GitHub. So now these are, for example, you can see they're all labeled. And as a designer, I always encourage, always be on the lookout for a good first issue. Now by standard, every open source project is supposed to have files, issues that are labeled good first issue for first timer. This actually allows you as a newbie that intends to contribute to the project to know, the first project. So once you've discovered, let's say for example, you see revamp footer, combine these and all that. These are all design issues. So next slide, please. Now, once you've discovered the issue, the next thing you have to do is find out if the tag has been assigned to someone else. It's open source, anybody can jump on it, but you need permission from the project maintainer to be sure that this task wasn't assigned to avoid conflict. As a maintainer, I've dealt with some conflict in open source, so you have to avoid that. Next slide. So another way you can engage to be sure that the project hasn't been assigned to someone else or the issue is start a conversation, right? In the comment section, ask questions. Next slide. Okay, once you've actually discovered all these, you've ascertained that the issue wasn't assigned, you can jump in on Figma, on Penpot, right? On XD or any of these tools you use and start doing your design. Next slide. Now, always ensure that your design files are accessible. The only reason why it's open source is because the source has to be open, right? Your design file must always be accessible to all contributors. Next slide. Now, for some community, you add links to, your folder and stuff and all that. So next slide. So find set the project on GitHub, look for a design task that you can handle, leave a comment to confirm that it hasn't been assigned. Then once approval, you can jump and start contributing. Now always remember to make your work file accessible. Next slide. So when you join, understand any community, always ask questions, make sure you attend meetings to understand the project. This is very important. Next slide, which is actually my last thing. So thank you. Connect with me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and all that. It's just basically the same username. And I have a full documentation on this, so you can connect with me on LinkedIn and you see a full documentation on this. Thank you so much, guys, and I really appreciate it.
A round of applause for Kingsley. Please connect with him on Twitter, right? And he's still in the hall. Thank you. So we have our last person for the lightning talk. We have Oluwaseun. He's going to be talking on engineering for wellness. Please, a round of applause for Oluwaseun. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you wave if you can hear me? Okay, awesome. My name is Oluwaseun Raphael Afolayan. People call me Raphael, and I'm CTO at mytherapist.ng. What we do is provide teletherapy services to Nigerians. Next. Okay, today I'm going to be talking about workplace anxiety. Next slide. So yes, hi, I'm Raphael, like I told you. Next. I've been a contractor for most of my years. Next, and the usual stuff is to execute a project, get paid, and go home. But sometime last year, I joined a team, a really big team of about 50 plus engineers. And then everything was going great, interview process was fine, but then when the actual work started, I got really anxious when I was meant to begin the role. Next. And this anxiety impacted my productivity as well as the team I was supposed to lead. Now, the elephant in the room is workplace anxiety. I believe that's what everybody here wants to talk about. That's what everybody here wants to know. Next. Now, it's something that I've seen is more common than we think. There's so many people that I've had the opportunity to mentor. There's people that I've worked with not been able to be productive because of workplace anxiety. They join a team, even people that have been in teams for like years and all, they get new members, and this feeling starts to creep in. Next. Now, workplace anxiety looks like, you know, um, next slide, please. Yeah, next. Just keep playing. Yes, you have difficulty concentrating. You try to seclude yourself from people that you're meant to, to work with. Next, you become restless at work. There are some times where where you're not even able to communicate, and sometimes you could even get irritated, with the thought of going to work because it's becoming a challenge for you. Next, and if care is not taken, and if it's not managed, it can develop physical symptoms like headaches, stomach aches, and all. Now, it's something that I believe 99% of us here have had to battle with if you've worked in a team. Um, but the number one way that I always tell people to manage this is to build resilience. First of all, you need to learn how to take care of your mental health personally, because if you do not, this thing can creep in and affect the rest of your team as well. So you can see things like stress management, mindfulness practices, and self-care generally. They are things that can help you build resilience and help you stop being anxious. Next. Now, for team leads here, or for people who manage a team or are in areas of power, it's important to promote a supportive culture. Next, and play on. Now, picture this. A workplace where open communication, next, empathy and understanding reign supreme. This is where everybody feels valued and heard, and everybody feels that, okay, the next person working with me is a human being. This person can make mistakes, and because again, there's like so much that people who are joining the team first of all feel, that they think, okay, for example, in my case, I had the chance to work with engineers who had worked at Google, who had worked at Spotify, and the rest of them. They were all in my team, and I was just a contractor. I felt everybody was a superhuman, and I was an imposter or something. Yeah, but then the only way that I was able to get over that was understanding that the next person to me, even though this person had 10 years of experience, was a human being just like me as well. Next slide. Yes, and one thing again is to know how to manage your workload, even with anxiety. There's, please, next, and keep playing. Yeah, so I highlighted some tips here for managing your workload, especially if you're someone that has to deal with anxiety and all. Proper planning, next, prioritization, delegation, as well as setting realistic goals. Next. And yes, thank you very much. That is the end of my talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for Oluwaseun. So right now, we have a tea break and short networking session. And please be back at this hall by 10:50. Thank you so much.
Monday, difference is you. And difference is you. Body, oh. Body, oh, cha-cha. Sissy, oh. I'm a sissy, peleke. Body, oh, bloody, oh, body, oh. Body, oh, cha-cha. See my sissy, oh. See my sissy, peleke, yeah.
JustNiger.com.
I don't really care if you're older. Baby, can I rise from the shoulder? Oh no. Let us go far away, miles away, far away, to a place where no one can dictate how we play. Let us go far away, miles away, far away, where no one can dictate. Maybe let us fly away. Ooh, fly away. Far away. Give me love, give me proper. Give me sugar, give me tender. Anything you want to offer, baby, say no more, don't bother. I do for you, I do for you. Let's go far away, miles away, far away, to a place where no one can dictate how we play. Let us go far away, miles away, far away, to a place where no one can dictate how we play.
Check. Huh? Yeah. Check. You don't know. Check. Go check on.
Exclusive from JustNiger.com.
We dey vibe, you dey high, and if I am, you dey laugh. You dey call me baby, I dey shy. What are we? You say we be guys. Wait, so you get somebody, eh? You be somebody, baby. So you get somebody, eh? So you be somebody, baby. As you don't I don't think.
Check out this focus.
You guys fall like it. It's the make I can't shine like it. I buy umbrella, ella. As you don't I don't think you guys fall like it. It's the make I can't shine like it. I buy umbrella, ella. We dey shop, we dey smile. Fendi, Versace, Christian Dior. Who dey swipe? Waiting they saw. Shit on my car, you dey use text up. I give you car, you use take off. But you decide to dey do fake love. Yeah, I got eat a love. You shit my back, I got eat a love. I give you car, make you use take off. But you decide to dey do fake love. Wait. So you got somebody, yeah. You be somebody, baby. Yeah. We are gathered here now in holy matrimony. Oh yeah, matrimony. Abba, holy matrimony. Oh yeah, matrimony. Abba, oh yeah, swap. Girl, I'm ready. What you waiting for? Oh yeah, take it easy, baby. Let's see small. Easy. Give me jelly. Okay. Oda, Harry, baby. Give them softly, softly, eh? Slow and steady. You're my freaky, freaky, yeah. Only matrimony. Give me jelly. I say who they handle you, nobody they sample you, nobody they call you, nobody say they want to you. Oh, I say who they handle you, nobody they sample you, nobody they call you, nobody say they A dime and a nine, it was mine every week. What a time and a climb, God was shining on me. Now I can't leave, and now I'm making hella Italy. Never want the niggas that's in my league. I wanna fuck the ones I envy. I envy. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, only you're the sin. If you've been in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like, call me by your name. Tell me you love me in private. Call me by your name. I do not care if you're lying. I wanna get them.
Girlie don't hide, girlie want talk. She throw feelings, I catch my soul. Girlie don't try, girlie got struck. I give her the mullah, she pop, I pop. Girlie want dance, reggae dance hall. I show her magic on a dance song. Girlie want fly, girlie want ball. She puts me on the 3x4. Oh, I no go let nobody catch my phone. Oh, you can fence when you come, I come. Oh, girl, I no go let nobody catch my phone. Oh, you can fence when you come, I come. Yeah, yeah. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. Bang, bang, aye. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow.
I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it. And I see you, the way I breathe you in, it's the texture of your skin. I wanna wrap my arms around you, baby, never let you go. And I see you, it's nothing like your touch. It's the way you lift me up. Yeah, and I'll be right here with you till the end. I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it.
You ain't sure yet, but I'm for ya. All I could want, all I could wish for. Nights alone that we miss more. The days we save as souvenirs. There's no time, I wanna make more time and give you my whole life. I left my girl, I'm in my Yorker. Hate to leave it, call it torture. Remember when I couldn't hold her? Left the baggage for a mover.
I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it.
I get the feeling, so I'm sure. And in my hand because I'm yours. I can't pretend, I can't ignore you right from me. Don't think you wanna know just where I've been. Done being distracted. The one I need is right in my arms. Your kisses taste the sweetest with mine. And I'll be right here with you till the end.
I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it. I got my peaches out in Georgia, oh yeah shit. I get my weed from California, that's that shit. I took my chick up to the north, yeah, badass bitch. I get my light right from the source, yeah, that's it.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Please, if you have your mics on, get seated and get ready. No internet connection.
London.
I know come this life to suffer. If I follow politician, you go hear am for paper. They go call am prostitution. Who don't like enjoyment? If money dey for pocket, shebi na national budget. We go blow up like trumpet. Koroba, 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 koro. Oya carry ya. Koroba, koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koro. Oya carry ya. Koroba, 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 koro. Oya carry ya. Koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koroba. Oya everybody carry ya something. He say, darling, I'm watching you. Small thing, you don't move. You come, they shout to me. The money you know work for. Back on my door. You carry overload. Yawade, Igboro. Show wale, go wale. Koroba, 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 koro. Oya carry ya. Koroba, koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koro. Oya carry ya. Koroba, 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 koro. Oya carry ya. Koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koroba. Oya everybody carry ya something. I don't mean to bother you at all. Monkey they walkie bamboo they chop. Tell me till you say you be talk and do oga. Tell me what you fit do. I don't mean to bother you at all. Monkey they walkie bamboo they chop. Tell me till you say you be talk and do oga. Tell me what you fit do. Yeah, koroba, 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 koro. Oya carry ya. Koroba, koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koro. Oya carry ya. Koroba, 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 koro. Oya carry ya. Koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koroba. Oya everybody carry ya something.
Blow the money, make the people maya, make the people maya, oh. Blow the money, make the girls them wine up, make the girls them wine up. Go le re mi rara, oh. Hey, man, oh, our alo, oh. You shaking at your you dey make me want to, girl, I want to touch your and I want to dance with you. This your body, ole cool, get it, wawa zule zoo. Tell me what you want to do, oh yeah, make me rendezvous. Skip up, zip it, give me your pop, oh yeah. fẹ́ mi rárá o. Ẹ̀yin máa náwó tán, àwa á lówó lé o.
Yes. I don't hide like this. I don't dey drink anything I see.
Hello. Hi, please, if you're going to be in this session, please kindly get seated, put on your headset to enjoy the experience.
Cause I don't dey grace like this. For your love, I dey lose my senses. Fight boy like me. Fight boy like me. Don't call me cheap. Girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone. Someone new. Make you no pour me water.
Okay, so we're about to start this session. If you are for this right, please put on your headset to enjoy the experience. To enjoy the experience. So we have Confidence, right? He's going to be talking on harnessing open source to build internal apps. A round of applause for Confidence, please.
When I call, you no pick. When I text, you go read and delete. I know be good, don't know. I know if sabi everything you dey think.
Please, if you're for this session, please put on your headsets to enjoy the experience. Let's get settled, guys. We're about to start. We're about to get it.
Fight boy like me. Fight boy like me. Don't call me chick, girl. I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone. Someone new. Make you no pour me water. Make you no pour me. Down for breast and sweat. If I do you bad,
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Am I audible?
Okay, so a round of applause for Confidence, please.
Take pictures. Let me give you
You
my
guys, energy.
1 second.
Ah.
1 second.
Ah.
Hey, Jesus Christ.
everybody knows say I want me, I know they
If you're able to turn it on, help me record. But take pictures with your phone.
don't say I want me, I know they Girl, I don't really care about your body type. What really matters
How can I hear myself?
I really want for you.
Next, right? Why can't I hear myself? Yes. Can they hear me?
Yes, they can hear you.
Hello. Not really. Okay, I can. No. Yeah, I was just worried. Okay. 1 second. No, sure.
Hello everybody. So today we're going to take a look at how you can harness open source software to build internal tools quicker. And for us to get started, we can actually get started. A little bit about me. My name is Confidence, and I am a developer advocate at AppSmith. If you don't know what AppSmith is, I will be talking a little bit about it much later in the talk. During my free time, I create technical video content on YouTube, and recently I have started gaining interest in WebAssembly. It's this awesome piece of tech that is going to replace Linux containers much later in the future. And I also maintain a home lab. I have a bunch of servers at home where I run my software. I use it for networking and storage stuff. And during the week, I was able to set up a CI flow that enables me to deploy applications just like you would on Heroku. So I commit my code, push to GitHub, my server pulls the code, reviews the image using the new code and my environment variables, and launches a new container. So that's a little bit about me, and these are some of the experiments I am running. Now let's talk about how you can harness the power of open source to build internal tools. And today's talk is going to broadly cover 3 areas. First, we'll start by taking a look at what internal apps are. Then, we'll move on to look at how these apps are built today. And lastly, we'll wrap up by touching on how open source software can help you build these apps much, much quicker. Alright, so let's start. What are internal apps? Internal apps or internal tools are applications designed to manage or monitor your internal processes within your organization, processes within your business, for instance. They differ from customer-facing apps in that your end users are not meant to see these tools or use them. Rather, they are designed for teams within your organization to use to manage your business processes. So you can think about these tools as apps or custom apps built on top of your own data to manage your business processes or to monitor such data. So that's a quick summary of what internal apps are. And they are not always referred to as internal apps. Other terms for it that you might be familiar with is admin dashboards, admin panels, admin tools, back office apps. They all refer to this exact same category of applications called internal apps. And the beauty about these tools is that they actually support a huge variety of business use cases, ranging from sales. Can we get the next slide? Yeah, sales to customer support to inventory management. Next slide. And these apps come in all shapes and sizes. You must have seen beautiful looking dashboards like this on Dribbble. They can be good looking like this, or they might actually not look so good. And they can be actually ugly looking like these apps. But these apps are critical because they help augment very important business processes. That is why, regardless of how they look or the shape they come in, they are still very important. So now let's move on to the next session and briefly talk about how these apps are traditionally built today. Because we just discussed what internal apps are, and we've also seen that they are very important. So let's touch on how these apps get built. And the truth about it is that these apps are very difficult to build, and even more difficult to maintain. We'll talk a little bit about why shortly. But this is partly because these apps are very complex and they have a lot of moving parts. So to get one internal app down the door, you have to set up a backend server for it. Then you have to go on to write a client front end for it so that your end users, which is teams within your organization, can access your data. So these are some of the things you have to do. Now let's go into how these apps are actually built. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. So first is data, right? Because these are custom apps built to sit on top of your data.
and you want to pick a database for that case. Could be a relational database like Postgres or a document database like Mongo. In certain cases, you actually already have a web app or a mobile app that writes into a database, or a different process that writes into a database. And your goal is to build a custom tool on top of that data. So this decision might have been made for you. All right, let's move on to the next slide. Then you have to pick a language for your server application. This could be Java, Python, Node.js. You want to pick a language that is best optimized for the use case you want to solve for. And then, next slide, you also want to pick a framework for that language, because the framework you pick is actually going to influence the direction of your project. So is this going to be a REST API? Is this going to be a GraphQL API? These are decisions you want to think about. Then, you also want to write integrations to third-party services to pull in data into your app. Because in real-world applications, you actually have your data fragmented across various sources. So one could be in your database, another could be in Zendesk, for instance, to pull in customer information. Or you might want to integrate with Stripe, for instance, to set up an order reporting workflow, so that at the end of the order process, you actually have your customer's cash sent back to their card account. So these are some of the pieces you are going to need to build into a typical internal app. Then, let's move to the next slide. You also have to make all of these decisions again from scratch on the front end. You want to pick what front end language to go with. Okay, maybe that's not really a huge issue. It's going to be JavaScript. But when you do write in JavaScript, what front end framework are you going to make use of? Is it going to be Angular? Is it going to be React? These are things you have to think about, and this is code you also still have to write, right? All right, let's move on. And then when you're done building all of these out, you have to worry about deployment. Are you going to make it a serverless app? Is this going to be in a Kubernetes cluster? Are you going to put this on a public cloud, or do you want to self-host it on-prem like me? So these are decisions you have to think about and solve for. And don't forget that we haven't even talked about security, right? Because these tools are built to manage your internal data. So you want to ensure that only people who are authorized have access to these apps. And maintenance is also something you have to think about. How is this app going to be maintained 2-3 years down the line? The truth about it is that these apps, because they are not customer-facing, they're only used by your internal teams, tends to get very, very little engineering bandwidth. And as a result, they become a maintenance nightmare down the line. So these are some of the challenges that exist today when it comes to building internal apps traditionally. So let's move on to the next slide. Now let's talk about how open source can help you build these apps much, much quicker. And next slide. These are a number of open source solutions that exist today to help you build your internal tools. Of course, there's AppSmith, which we'll be talking about shortly, but there are also several tools that you can use to augment building your internal apps. You must have heard about Django Admin, then there's ERP Next, there's Supabase, there's Appright, there's Hasura, there's React Admin, and so many other tools that exist in the market today. Open source tools, by the way, because of course we are at OSCAR. These tools exist to help you build your internal apps. So let's talk a little bit about how AppSmith specifically helps you build internal tools much quicker. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. All right, so we'll touch on how AppSmith helps you build internal apps quicker and the reason why developers choose to use AppSmith. Let's move on to the next slide. So AppSmith is an open source framework for building internal tools. And how it works is that AppSmith allows you to connect to various data sources, be it a REST API, a GraphQL API, a direct connection to a database to pull in your data and, okay, I'm getting signals from the host. Okay, I should wrap up. All right. So AppSmith allows you to connect to these sources, pull in your data to build your custom tools. And you don't have to code the UI from scratch. That's another beautiful part about AppSmith. AppSmith comes with a bunch of pre-built UI widgets that you can drag and drop into the canvas like you can see on the screen to build the UI of your internal tools. And then when you do need to customize the business logic of your application, next slide, you can actually drop into JavaScript to write the custom logic for your business whenever you need to. So interactions for your users, interactions between widgets and data sources or other components on the app, you can actually get that done using AppSuite. All right, since I'm almost out of time, let's take a look at the next slide. And to wrap things up, I'm wrapping up. To wrap things up, in addition to the various REST API and third-party tools you can integrate with, AppSuite actually also allows you to connect directly to a database from within your browser. So this allows you to eliminate the need to build and maintain a REST API on top of your database, which simplifies the entire stack for building internal tools. All right, so the last slide. So you shouldn't spend weeks building. That's the moral of today's talk. You shouldn't spend weeks or months building internal tools. You should actually choose to use open source and probably also try out AppSuite to build internal tools. And if you do that, you actually get your apps through the door much, much quicker. All right, so that's it for today's talk.
All right,
and,
round of applause.
Let's go to the last slide. Yes, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Okay, please follow Confidence on Twitter. We have Karen Chukwu. She's going to be talking on intellectual property rights and open source. Please, a round of applause for Karen. You guys should go harder now.
Hi.
Everyone. Am I audible enough? Okay, great, because it feels so weird not having to scream. Hi, my name is Karen Chukwu, and I have my partner with me, Dimma Olisa. There are actually three of us, Trinity, but one is not here. Anyway, so today we're going to be talking to you about, intellectual property rights and open source, the nitty-gritty. Next slide, please. There's an intro. We're going to talk about IP-related issues in open source and the types of open source software licenses. So let's get into it. And I'm just going to let them, take the lead on this for this particular. Next slide, please.
All right. So here we are. I'm happy to talk about intellectual property, and what intellectual is pretty much manipulation of the mind that is physicated in terms of it can be artistic work, can be designs, symbols, names, and images that is used for commercial purposes. That is what is called intellectual. And
that's because So I would give an example. It's like using now for this event, right? Now Landmark is the event center owner, right? And we want to come in to use this place. What we've gotten from Landmark now is the license to use this place. It does not transfer ownership of the event center to us. No, it just gives us the license to use it for whatever purpose we wish to use it, as long as we're compliant to Landmark's terms. So that's where you find your license. I'm just trying to link this to open source. That's the importance of a license in open source. Another issue that arises as well is trademark infringement, patent infringement, very, very important, and disclosure of confidential information. So for the trademark right now, there are entities that either start a project, or not just entities, even communities as well. An example could be Oscar. Let's say Oscar decides to start a project, right? Now, Oscar can obviously Oscar is trademarked, right?
Yes.
Now, if you build on that project, and you probably develop a product along the way at some point, you cannot obviously either create like a similar name to Oscar, or when I mean name, like the brand, right? You can't create a similar name, brand name like Oscar when you're trying to identify your products that you have derived after. This feels so weird because it feels like I'm whispering.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you can't, do that, or else you'll be infringing on Oscar's trademark because they're the trademark holders, right? So the first thing I said was copyright, right? And then followed by trademark. So copyright covers the code, all of the source codes that you're going to be contributing, building on, etc. Now the trademark is, example, Oscar, right? That name, that logo. So imagine coming up with a product and then you then go to put Oscar's name and logo there, and you're probably using that to even push your own product. Maybe you're thinking that if you put Oscar's name there, it will push your product, it will gain traction, etc. You are obviously infringing on their trademark rights, because you have not gone to seek that license from them to actually use their trademark. The same thing applies to copyright as well. Now another one is patent infringement. Now patents are IP rights generated on new inventions, novel inventions, a contribution to an already existing invention that makes it new, but it has to be, the point of it is the end product must be new, or the process to get to the end product must be a new process, right? Now when it comes to contributing to a project, right, or you've done something and you put it out there on open source or to actually contribute to it, chances are that might actually be like a new way of doing something. What you might not know is that someone has sought a patent over it, and obtained actually their patent right over it. And the good thing about patents is you actually hold that right for 20 years. So if anybody's going to try to use your work for 20 years, they need to come and meet you, which means that's another way for you to cash out. I know when I say cash out now, people will start listening to me. Some people have been pressing phones since.
Big time cash out.
But when they hear money, no. But seriously, patents are definitely one way to actually make a whole lot of money. You find them a lot in the pharmaceutical industry, manufacturing industry, but even in the open source space as well. I promise you, if you contribute to, let me rephrase what I'm about to say. License over that project, you are allowed to develop a new work and set out a product or whatever new source code that you have or whatever, and you patent it. That's cash money right there. Do you guys understand me?
Yeah.
You guys get me? All right, great. Now, the reason why we have put disclosure of confidential information here is because now I know that a lot of us, contribute on our own individually, on open source projects, but some of us also work for entities, organizations, right, that obviously either contribute or make use of, source codes and, other projects on open source, maybe like on GitHub or whatever, right? Now, your entity, once you join those guys, right, once you join your employer, you obviously sign agreements. Your simple employment contract has terms within it, right? And for a lot of us that are working with maybe startups are still trying to get their structure up and running, right? And you'd find that they probably don't have like an internal policy, for contributions to open source projects, etc. Now, because they don't have it does not mean that you can then go and do anything that you want to do. Because I promise you, once you make a mistake and your entity is going to go down for it, you as well, you go down for it, which is why we've included here disclosure of confidential information. When in doubt, please always approach your employers, approach your supervisor, whomever that you think would obviously understand what the company's internal policies are, even though they're not on paper. Always approach them to understand the level to which you can contribute to a project, or the level to which you can either copy, modify, or use whatever open source project or code out there. Are you guys still following me, please?
Okay.
All right, great.
Yeah, so I just want to add here that for emphasis on the patent infringement, right? Patent right is given to you where you wrote the source code yourself. So you don't go to the community, go to the open source, get codes, and then you modify it and feel, oh yeah, I have a right over this. So you do not have a patent right over codes that you did not write from scratch. So that's what makes it intellectual property. Are you with me? All right, thank you.
In instances where you have contributed to something, a particular project, and you're like, wow, Eureka, I've come up with something new. Now, it's always best to obviously approach the copyright holder of that particular project that you've contributed to, the source code, whoever owns the copyright over that. It's best for you to approach them and say, oh, I've done this using your codes and I've come up with this and I'm going to apply for a patent for it. You could either be, call patent holders, or as you're making profits of, whatever product you've put out there based on the work that you have done using that person's source code, etc., you can either remit royalties to them as you make profits. It's always better, and we'll tell you why anyways. Next slide, please. Great. So we have two types of open source licenses. So we have the permissive license, which pretty much carries minimal restrictions. So you can go, you can take the code, you can store it for your own use, you can modify it, whatever, and you're not even obliged to put it out. You're not even obliged to, put out your finished work back, you're not obliged to open source your finished work, right? But for the restrictive stroke copyleft licenses, once you actually build on those projects, once you build on those source codes, etc., you must make them open. The same way you came to meet it open, you must make it open for others, right? So it's very important to actually understand the projects that you're building on. Like always check, try to understand that particular copyright holder has put out there for that particular project. So as you can see here, this is the open source initiative. This is just an example of what you may see on a license before you start building. It's always important. Like, I know that we're all excited to build, but it's always important to know what you're building on, because you never can tell when you would probably maybe find a solution to something, come up with a new thing, and then only to realize that, oh wow, I really messed up. I should have actually looked at. It's just like your terms and conditions, your privacy policy. A lot of us, just accept it without actually going through it. And I understand, honestly, it's bulky. Us lawyers, we deliberately make it that way so you don't have to read it, and then we make the font smaller. But when it comes to contributing on open source, I beg you, please go through the license for that particular project. Next slide, please.
Okay, and then just so you know, intellectual property rights are things that people do not take light at all. These are examples of intellectual property issues. I mean, these are big giants. See Oracle and Google, D-Link and Wildlife. If you infringe on any person's intellectual property, be it copyright, be it trademark, be it patent, these are big giants. I mean, like people like us, they will drag us like Tiger Gen. So you just have to be very, very careful. Check up with your licenses. If you need to obtain license for anything, I mean, these people, for example, in D-Link and Wildland, D-Link feels that they had put in so much time, resources, and all of that into research and development of their wireless connection, and then D-Link takes these products and then puts them out there as though it is theirs, right? So they came after them. So if if big giants can come after each other, between the big giants and us, they will drag us without looking back. So you just have to be very, very careful, please.
I was going to say something, especially with regards to D-Link. They literally had to recall that product.
Yes.
Now think about the amount of money spent on marketing. The team that worked on it, obviously they've been paying them salaries, right? Think about all of that time, effort, resources, putting that product out there, trying to gain traction for that product, and only having to recall it because the copyright holder over the product that they had built on obviously sued them. And of course, I mean, once you agree to something, you've agreed to it. I didn't know it's not a defense in law. I did not know actually.
It's not an excuse.
Now with Oracle and Google, what we see here actually is a very dynamic case because I mean it's ongoing, and it's because obviously I mean Oracle is a big company, Google big, and a lot of people are actually looking out to see what is actually going to be decided. Literally got to the Court of Appeal, and they've been trying to decide and all of that, and pretty much what the Court of Appeal held was that Google's use of Oracle's Java was not fair use.
Yes.
So as you can already see, Google is the big, well, we can't use swear words, but yeah, forgive my friend, but I was about to say big SHIT. What I mean. to actually go and read up on these cases and look up other cases as well. They're really prominent ones. And now there's some people that actually go around. So I know I don't know if any of you here have, like tried to probably like purchase a domain name. You find that that domain name has already been bought by someone, right? And when you try to, purchase it, they reach out to you saying, oh, you have to pay so and so amount. Now there are people like that as well. Like when it comes to like intellectual property, there are people who just go and, obviously claim ownership of a particular thing. Like they just do something real quick, claim ownership because they know that they have done something vital that people are going to want to build on. And once they see that, oh, you have interest in this thing, they start reaching out to you. Oh, well, I'm a copyright holder of this and that, yada, yada. Which brings me back again to you always need to understand the kind of license that you are working with. If you are working with a restrictive license, just know that after building, you put it out there. If you're working with a permissive one, all good and fine, you can have for yourself. So like the name implies, permissive, restrictive. Next slide, please. Now, what I want us to leave here with is, number one, carry out due diligence before using an open source software or building on or adding to any project, whatever. Always carry out your due diligence. What that means is review the license before jumping in. The second thing is, as a creator, ensure that you have a license drawn up for your own project as well. You never know, where that project could actually take you to. So always ensure you have your own license drawn up. Of course, approach a lawyer for that. Entities should drop internal policies regulating the terms of use of all open source softwares, especially entities that obviously operates in the kind of market where they would need to. It's confusing when you do this, actually. Yeah, but entities need to, have internal policies. So if you're an employer here and you know that most of your work will be around open source, definitely have your own internal policies that will regulate your staff on how to use open source projects, contribute, especially when they're building for your team or for your entity. And very important, carry out an internal audit. The way we audit our finances, carry out it's to understand the kind of softwares you've built on, OS softwares you've built on, understand the licenses that apply to them so that you know where you start fixing your errors and you know where you give yourself a thumbs up. Lastly, always obtain permission from the IP holder of that particular project, source code, etc. before using that. And how to obtain permission, of course, is by agreeing to the license before you start to build. And if you see that you probably want to expand beyond that, then definitely reach out to them. Next slide.
I think there's something you missed out, contacting a tech lawyer. Please don't go online to download templates and all of those things. If you need help, contact a tech lawyer. All right. We hope you enjoyed your session.
A round of applause for Karen. Okay. Please, if you dropped your card, Okpemipo Zenith Bank, please reach out to either I or Karen. Thank you. Okay. So we have our next session by Sadiq Akinjobi, OSS to the world. A round of applause for Sadiq, please. The man of the house. You guys can do better.
I become a better. Everybody get bro, no me say your own bro.
Hi. Hi, people. Okay, it's working. So, hi, everyone. How are we doing today? So, today, I'll be speaking to us about unleashing the power of open source, specifically around the Google Dev Library, talking about the Google Dev Library, some of the things that we do with regards to open source, and how you can sort of power your career growth with Google Dev Library. So before we just start, I quickly want us to do some form of icebreaker to have some fun. So before you go to the next slide, what I want us to do is I'm going to display something and I want you to see who can pronounce it in 7 seconds. Do Do you have an extra mic? Yeah, we do. Okay. So, I'll leave you to look at it. If you know you can pronounce it in 7 seconds, you want to try, raise your hands. So I have gifts for you. So you can try. Read this in 7 seconds. Wait, let me set my timer so we know that there's no cheating, right? And it's easier. I can find the timer to. Okay, stopwatch. 7 seconds. Sorry, I don't know how to do this thing. I'm not a tech bro. Okay, who wants to try? It looks like you're not serious, please. No, you can just stay there.
Who will tell me when I start?
Wait, chill. Oh yeah, you can start now.
Open source programmers passionately produce projects, pioneering possibilities, programming perfection reflects, pristine pull requests promptly proposed, peerless collaborations, code creation compose.
Anyways, she didn't get it correctly. That's 10 seconds.
Sorry.
Who else wants to try? Let me see. Okay, let's keep that guy. Are you ready?
I think so.
Wait, hold on. What are you doing? Okay, start.
Open source programmers passionately produce projects, pioneering possibilities, programming perfection reflects, pristine pull requests promptly proposed, peerless collaborations, code creation composed.
Anyways, that's 10 seconds. So it looks like nobody will go with my prize. Okay, let's find one more person. Let's use. Okay. No, she would get it. I started my timer late and you still got to 8 seconds. But something I will still try at the end. Please, for each one that answered, just meet me later at the Google bot. I have something for you. Oh, there's an actual timer. I forgot. So it brings us to imagine like there's a world without open source, right? Even though it was a tongue twister, it still had like making sure that you get the point of open source and how open source can sort of help your career growth when you contribute to it. So imagine there's a world without open source, like you're trying to create a bread, or you're trying to drink a caffeine-free coffee, which is of course impossible, or you're trying to crafting a catless meme. It simply does not work. And today I'll first start about talking about open source software itself and seeing how some of the things that we have done with respect to open source and how that has helped us to continue to help developers, designers, program managers, community managers to grow. So what is open source software? We already know what it is. It's a type of software that is essentially developed by what? Community of people coming together to collaborate, to share knowledge, whether it is from the community angle, or it is from the development angle, or it is from the design angle, and trying to make the source code of the software freely available to the public. So what this means is that anyone can come to open source, collaborate, design, and contribute to. So far, you've just learned about licensing from Karen and her team. So far, you are following the licensing of the open source tool. You can come and then use that to collaborate, modify, or distribute. So how exactly can we and for you to use it as a point of career growth for you is the real point of open source, right? And for you to use it as a career growth for you is by collaborating with people, sharing your works out there, pushing your work out there, letting people know, sharing your story, sharing your journey, letting people know what you are, and then using that to just putting your expertise out there. And then from that, you're using that to create what? Robust, reliable softwares. Of course, it's Google, so I'm targeting more towards software, but it applies across board, whatever you are. And what are some of the things that Google have done to open source? Of course, how many of you here have participated in the Google Summer of Code? Okay, I'm seeing some hands. Awesome. So you guys are rich. They pay you money to participate in open source over the summer, and you get paid. You are part of. Also, there's something called Google Season of Docs. It's something else that we do for technical writers. You get paid to write for companies that need documentation. There's OSS Force, which is for security experts. You come together, participate in like a coding challenge. There's the Open Source Insight, which is the reporting, sort of reporting what is happening in the ecosystem, how the ecosystem is doing. And of course, there's the security, research, and community. And then the one I want to really talk about today, briefly, is the Google Dev Library, which is another way for you to grow and catapult your growth. So what exactly is Google Dev Library for most people that do not know? So Google, before we go, how many of you can identify any of the products here? Okay, where's my mic? So who wants to try? Please, just one, no?
Android.
Just one. Thank you. Android. Who else wants to try? You want to get everything?
Angular.
Angular. Okay. Oh yeah. Who else wants to try?
Google Map.
Okay, it's there. But is it Google Map or Google Maps platform for developers?
Google Machine Learning.
No. Oh, see, no, please, this one does not count.
Flutter.
Okay, Flutter.
Firebase.
Where's Firebase? Firebase is not here now. Abby, what sign is this?
Hello?
What's that in the that last side?
Assistant.
Okay, assistant. And you see that we have like a lot of all this collaborative tool, whether it is a programming language, whether it is a platform that allows you to make your work easier. And all of these platforms, they are open, available, accessible to you. And then you now find out that, so what exactly is Google Dev Library? See, fine boy. Okay, they've taken it away. So Google Dev Library is like the platform that showcases inspiring open source projects and technical blog posts authored by external developers on Google's own platform. So what it means that you are a technical person, you've written something about anything, right? Anything Google related, of course. So whether you write something in Android, or write something about Google Maps, or write something about TensorFlow, or write something about whatever, you then come to Google Dev Library and then build a project. And then you want it to reach the wider audience all over the world, you can use Google Dev Library to host and showcase what you have written. So of course, you can see, because you are showcasing, you can learn from other people's, because you are showcasing, you can learn from other people's work. You can also get the opportunity to build your own. You get the opportunity to be inspired, and then to inspire others. And then what? Of course. So what it means is that two things. You can learn on the platform by seeing what other people like you have submitted, and then you can also submit and showcase your work. So what can I contribute to Google Dev Library? So the four things that there are really like four things that you can contribute. The first one is technical blogs. So that you're doing how-to articles, like my friend Yolan Exoff is always writing, how to make money, how to make your first $1 trillion from Flutter. Okay, but technical, sure. So step one, open VS Code. Step two, you get my point. Tutorials. documentation, code labs, right? Use cases. So maybe you're trying something at your workplace, and then you find out that, okay, this thing that you're trying, you found a new use case. So you can write about it and then showcase it on what? Google Dev Library. The second thing that you can do is that you can showcase your GitHub repos. So whether you have projects, you have applications, you have libraries, you have, these starter codes. For example, maybe you want to start a new project that helps somebody to quickly start, and then they call it recipe. MIT Apache 2.0 open source license. And then, of course, currently, I know that the Google Dev Library supports English, which everybody here in this room, I assume that we speak. Of course, sometimes in future, it's going to expand to other languages. And then the technologies that we currently accept, their content on all of these things. Android, TensorFlow, Flutter, Firebase, Google Maps, and all of that stuff. And to give you an highlight, if you've not seen it now, maybe put it plainly on how I think that it can help you, right? Why should you contribute? Number one is, as you are contributing, you are getting an author page for your content portfolio. So let's say, for example, Jennifer wants to employ you today. So instead of you looking for, where's my content up and down, you know that everything is in one place, and you have an author page that you can share. Of course, you also get the opportunity to be spotlighted in the Dev Library newsletter and the author page. So, for example, how many of you know this guy? Rising, here, one of the GDs program, was spotlighted by contributing for his contribution to the what? Dev Library. The third one is you get the opportunity to share with the community and help others learn. And then, of course, the final one is what? You reach and inspire more developers. So because it's a global platform, you get the opportunity to meet people all over the world. So how do you get started? I've shared all of these things. How do you get started? If you go to the website, which is Dev Library, see all the whole platform, explore the product, explore the different API. You can select a category that you are interested in. You can learn from other people's content, and you can find product experts and authors, and you can sort of begin to build and showcase your technical projects. To end my talk, I just wanted to spotlight Dominus Kelvin. I ran across this tweet. He's also a speaker. I don't know whether he's in the room, but I ran across his talk on. I ran across his article. So you see that it's the official Google for Developers account that spotlighted his contributions to Google Dev Library, as you can see here. And you can see that it has a lot of retweets, it has a lot of likes, and then you are using that to get more people to find out about you, and it gives you the opportunity. And particularly, even if you are interested in the Google Developer Expert Program, this is also a way you can begin to highlight all your different together and find out about I'm looking forward to seeing everybody.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you, Sadiq. A round of applause. You are getting free matches. Okay. Thank you. That was a solid one. That was a solid. I'm very interactive. So we have Idris. They're going to be talking about Axela. Plus, please. This.
Doing great. My name is Ozodi Kinichuku. I am a backend developer with GTCO, and I'm also an open source developer and advocate. and I'm here with Idris. So Idris, could you just introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you all hear me? Oh, good. So my name is Idris Olubisi. I'm a software engineer and a technical writer. I currently work as a developer advocate at Axela. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here to talk about the Axela Hackathon in partnership with Oscar Fest.
All right, so a background of the Axela Hackathon. The Axela Hackathon started 22nd May, so weeks ago. And it's a hackathon that features a cash pool of 5,000 US dollars. So that's we have 5,000 US dollars cash pool. The first place takes $3,000. The second place takes $15, and then the third place takes $500. And the hackathon is basically basically building a Web3 application. So do we have any Web3 developers here? Can you just raise your hands? Any Web3 developers here? Okay, I can see one at the back. I can see one over there. Okay, we have a couple. But then the beauty about the hackathon is that it's not just limited to Web3 developers, because if you're interested in technology and you also have an interest in Web3 and in building on the blockchain, then it's really a good opportunity to explore, and that's because of the capabilities of Axela. Yeah. So like Idris works with Axela, and you could just tell them about what Axela, the importance of using Axela or the benefits of Axela compared to like other blockchain networks for building applications.
Yes, so thank you very much for that. Axela, what Axela does is primarily it facilitates cross communication between protocols. So for example, if you're a developer or a Web3 developer, you've built your smart contract or a decentralized application and deployed on Ethereum, right? So now you have the application deployed on Ethereum, but you want to extend it to another ecosystem entirely different. So we have other ecosystems like Polkadot, Cosmos, Avalanche, Polygon, and the likes. So what Axela does is that it gives you the XDK for you, SDK that could facilitate those communication between the protocols. So, and all you need to just do is to integrate those SDKs, and with a button click from the user's perspective, they'll be able to interact with other protocols from your own decentralized applications.
All right, thank you for that, Idris.
Yeah.
So for people who are interested in the hackathon and want to participate, please, next slide. All you can do is just to scan the QR code that's going to come up here. So you could just scan the QR code for you to have access to the Google form that you could use to participate. You can work alone for people who want to build alone. You can work solo, or you could also find team members on our Discord channel. So by the time you scan the QR code and it takes you to the Google form, you're going to see a link to the Discord channel, to Oscar Africa Discord channel. And when you get to the channel, just look for the Axela Hackathon. Just search the channels for Axela Hackathon so you can keep up with news about the hackathon. You could also keep up with important announcements that we are going to be making, and as well as also to find a team as well.
Yes.
So we
so
have
for developer support, just to add to what you said, I will be available myself to help with questions right now or after the whole event if you have any questions. And also I'm also on the Discord channel he mentioned. We also have a dedicated channel on the Axela Discord itself. You find me there where you could ask your questions, or you need clarity, or you run into any bug. And also to get started, we have a repository called Axela Examples. You can just Google it to see Axela Examples, where you could find code snippets that will help you get started. So we are not just leaving you alone to build, but also providing code snippets that could help you ship faster. So for example, if you already know this is what I want to do, or probably it's the first time you are building a cross-chain platform, which is fine. So having access to that Axela example would give you some of the examples that you could play around with. And all you need to is to just copy and paste, and you'll be able to test, or just clone the project locally and you'll be able to run. And once you run the project, 5 different blockchains will be deployed locally for you that you can play around with on your system.
All right, so that's enough resources. They also have a bunch of resources to get you started. And I mean, we also have the links that Idris just talked about. So feel free to join the hackathon. The hackathon has a timeline of 2 weeks left. So you can always ask questions if you're lost in the Discord channel. You could always reach out. We have a dedicated team that's going to be there to take up all your questions. We also have Idris and other people from Axela who are ready to give you as much technical advice as possible. Right, so you could just scan the QR code, get to the link, and after this, you can always walk up to I or Idris to talk more about the hackathon and how you can participate in it.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions about that?
Please, we're going to leave this here for about 3-4 minutes. If you have any question, please, can you like raise your hands? Like, do you have questions? Any question? Okay, thank you.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, concerning the hackathon, are we only to use only the GMP, like the GMP functions?
Yes, so you're not restricted to use only the GMP. So we have other functions like send token, send assets, generate deposit addresses, and other ones that you could leverage on.
Okay.
Right, but if you are using GMP, that means you use core contracts or core contracts with token, NFT linkers to facilitate communication. So you are open to use you're open to try out all of these things. But most importantly, you are going to do most of these things with the GMP. So GMP also, but you are not limited to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Any other question? Okay, that's fine. So we're wrapping up. A round of applause for Ken and Idris, please.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be a lama pitas. Oh, Doguni Misha, show you the confirm for your speaker. This time I call chopsticks for assistance. Show we they blow your mind, Afghanistan. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. Learn from the teacher. I don't take for the game, she no pitas. I decide bad mind from a distance. Not this sweet, I be a lama pitas. When you come, make I give you the gist. When's the last time somebody did it like this? I saw me bum back the abris. That's why everybody hating on me like Chris. Kilometers. I don't come kilometers. I don't walk that many kilometers. People think I be Johnny, just come. Like I just got rich, like my money just come. Send them back to where they come from. For talking like the product of a torn condom. Southside me come from, me not care, my brother. One side, sit down for one chair, my brother. Come try, me will make you disappear, my brother. Long time it takes to reach here, my brother. Kilometers.
Hello. Okay, so we'll be starting the next session in about 3-4 minutes.
I be king, I'm the best my generation ever seen. I came suddenly, I be like Nepa Bill. I never since, I never miss. I be smashing, I be killing everything. From Ikeja to Ojuwe, Leta Bridge. To the many places that I've never been. Remember this, I'm a king. I'm a legend in the making, I'm a champion.
Okay, so let's get started. So we have Okay, everyone. If you're for this session, you can either move forward and then put on your headset to gain like the full experience. So we have Rachel Onoja. She's going to be talking about the education for the future. Please, a round of applause for Onoja. Energy, please. Energy, please.
So dope that I purchased 88 geeks for mama to play a song and call my ADHD. With this baby face fine, get them really hate me. Get them belly aches, love them waist deep. Every occasion, I put money in safe keep. Very impatient, be on time when you pay me. Very evasive when they hating what they see. Made me a nation, then they crown me as their king. Bell rings and then my hands are raised. MG and Brandon Mandalay. Envy him now while my victory is just begun.
Hi everyone. Hello. My name is Rachel and today I'll be speaking about education for the future. Next slide please. Over the past 7 years or so, I've been tilting more into education and seeing how I could support more Africans to have access to more global opportunities across the continent and more. So, next slide. Over the past 10 years or so, we've seen different trends when it comes to education, right? We've seen things like more people are being encouraged to go after STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics careers. Why? Because that's where the money is tilting towards. If you are not an Indian and your parents have been asking you to study, be a doctor and all of that in the past, now in Africa, a lot of our parents are encouraging us to go after more STEM educational paths. Then we also saw the rise of Montessori, specifically in the aspect of schools, right? Children in K-12 educational paths, they are being encouraged more to learn by doing, learn by actively practicing, right? How can we drive the creativeness of each kid beyond what they are being taught in classroom, increasing from their contact hours in class to having more time to do outside the classroom. Then COVID happened and things shook up, right? Next slide. With COVID, it brought a high rise in having more of MOOC courses, which are massive open online courses. A lot of people are tilting more towards online courses and working with their peers to actively learn more. Peer reviews, peer mentorship, personalized learning, and with that came a very high dropout rate. Why? Because everybody is feeling, do I really have to be in the classroom? Which is what is driving the need for alternative education. Next slide, please. Why alternative education and why Africa? Every year in Nigeria alone, 1.3 million people write JAMB every year to get into higher institution. And then at the end of their 4 to 5 years of study, over 600 people graduate from school without the necessary skills to get into the market and do work, right? Personally, I went through a system in the Nigerian educational system and I was like, you know what, this can't be it. I have to be part of the change that drives a bit of how can we do better, how can we empower the next generation to have access to the quality skills they need to move to where they need to be. And interestingly, in the US, the average age is 38 years old. In Canada, it's about 41 to 47 years old. While in Africa, the average age of any of the youth population is 19 years, which means we're literally the future of work. And empowering us to have the right skill is super important, because if we don't have the right skill, it means the workplace of the future is going to be in shambles, right? Which is why alternative education is important, which is why every single person in this room is actively working towards learning the right skills they need to do something better, to be able to drive change, to be able to build solutions, to be able to solve problems, right? Which is why alternative education is important. I had to literally tap into alternative education in my in my second year in school. I was like, okay, my curriculum is not going to get me to where I need to get to, which means I needed to start learning more. I needed to start actively empowering myself, right? Which is why a lot of edtech platforms are tilting towards how can we empower people beyond what they are being taught in the classroom today, beyond what the educational system is providing them today. Next slide, please. Now, the future of education, is it open or is it a closed system? Now, one of the reasons why we need to tilt towards an open educational system is because how can we use the principles of open source and then combine it with the current principles of education? Our curriculums need to be released early and often. Just like I shared, when I was in school, I studied computer science and I was taught Fortran, COBOL, QBasic, and I'm sure you guys know that no one is using that programming language today, which means that I wasn't ready for the future, right? But our curriculums need to be updated. We need to have curriculums that are moving beyond today's 50 years to 100 years old curriculums. With just the way you push out issues and get it merged via open source, you need to be able to update this curriculum day in, day out. Implement it as often as, say, 4 years, because technology is driving a kind of change that is pushing everybody to move fast. So if technology is dynamic, then our curriculums need to be dynamic. We can't stay behind. Also, we need to tilt towards more of experiential learning, that is learning by doing. How can we work with individuals to have, let me use this example. How can we tilt individuals to experience what they are learning, right? Say I want to, today this is my class, and today I would like to teach you about the digestive system. Now, the digestive system today, you eat food and then it goes through your throat, it goes through your small intestine, your large intestine, and then it comes out as feces at the end of the day, right? Or, hi everyone, today I would like to teach you about the digestive system. And here's a picture of the digestive system. You get to see the food goes through your mouth, goes through your throat, and then it comes down. Or, hi, today I would like to teach you about the digestive system. And then I give you a VR headset. And then you could literally see how the food is passing down and all of that. Now, at the end of the day, say 5 years down the line, which of these sessions would you remember? Most likely the VR one, because you experienced it. You could feel, you could see how all of these processes were happening, which means we need to tilt away from theoretical to actively getting people to do as they learn, right? And because of that, we now have people who are more skilled to market ready. Someone like myself, at the time of graduating about 4 years ago, I was already ready to work in the ecosystem, right? And I was already working in the ecosystem before I even graduated, which is why it's important to drive more people to be contributing through open source and also contributing in their own school, which means there has to be collaboration between our teachers and the learners, right? Our educational system, our curriculums need to be more learner-driven. How can we get feedback from the learners that, oh, I think to an extent this might be a better way to teach me? Because right now we have systems that teach people how the system feels it should be teaching people. But we need to tilt more towards how can we teach people based on the feedback we're getting from them, providing the necessary tools to ensure that they succeed, so we don't set people up for failure. Collaborative and transparent regulations. Right now, a lot of our curriculums have a lot of strict policies around them, and because they have a lot of strict policies around them, that means you can't switch a lot of things. Now, how can we empower our student body? This could be SRC, student representative councils, to work with educators, put together all of this curriculum, and also using this curriculum, you get to teach people. In class, we could have a session where I come into class and I'm like, hi guys, over the next 2 weeks, we're going to be collaborating to review this curriculum. We're going to be collaborating to empower each and every one of you the right way. Now, with this collaboration and transparency, we get to drive innovation better. We get to have students who are thinking creatively, right? Why are they thinking creatively? Because they are part of that refinement process. Next slide, please. So, open source and educating the workforce. Our educational system or the education for the future needs to be more open, it needs to be more secure, and it needs to be merit-based. Why? Because today when you go to send in maybe you are contributing to a project, and then you send in your review or whatever, it gets to be reviewed. You are not the only person sending that contribution. There are multiple people sending that contribution, and it's the best one that fits the system that gets merged, right? Because nobody wants to merge nonsense. Which is why education in the future needs to be more open, and because you have an entire ecosystem of people collaborating to make this work, it's greatly system. It is more secure because, just like I said, you have an entire community of people, which means, interestingly, just a sideline, interestingly, over $500,000 worth of money is invested into attacking educational platforms. Schools, this could be through scandals, this could be through attacking their curriculums, this could be attacking their students' data. Now, if you have an entire open source community hearing that, they don't attack our school, and everyone has a vested interest into improving this educational system, then there would be a great community driving change, ensuring that nobody's data is out there, which is why education for the future needs to stay open. Improved teaching methodologies. Teaching is a noble profession, and I'm a strong believer that people who don't want to teach should not be teaching. Which is why I'm not a great fan of how NYSC handles sending people to go teach. Like, you just got out of camp, they're like, oh, go and teach in this school. If it's for people who want to teach, that's okay. But for people who don't want to teach, there's going to be a break in the learning process, right? You have teachers who really don't want to be there. You now have students who are not getting the right educational support they need to learn. And with that, it just messes the entire thing up. Which is why we need to find a way. With open source, we're able to improve how teaching methodologies are being carried out. We're able to empower teachers with the right skills. The right people who want to teach, who feel this is something that I was called to do, are able to provide the right learning tools to students. Collaboration for more strategic learning. Open source ensures that people are tilting away from competitiveness, which means the future of education is every single edtech platform, every single school are all collaborating together to build curriculums, to pass on teaching, not just the government designed this curriculum and placed it in front of all of the schools, and they're telling them, oh, go and implement this. And then every school is being competitive, trying to take students from the other school. Now we are driving for collaboration. And once you are collaborating, it means that you have more time for strategic thinking. You have students who are able to suggest, who are able to recommend tactics that can improve how they are being taught, right? And because every single one of us is working towards one goal being, how can I make the world a better place? That means we now all collectively have a sense of global citizenship. We are not just working on, oh, today I am a student in this school, and today I am working on this project. Oh, today I am working on this solution for Nigeria. I am working on this solution for Kenya. I'm working on this solution for China. Now we are all working together to build a solution for the world. And that is the system we need to build, not every man for himself. And education needs to be driven that way. Next slide, please. So, if education needs to be driven that way, we need people who will drive it, right? Which is why we have more contributors, software engineers, product managers, program managers collaborating to open source projects. And all of that data gets into the middle of the system where VR, AR, AI, and robots are actively taking all of this data and then pushing it on the other end. And pushing it to the other end because you have sufficient data that are being processed by AI and robots. They now can build systems at scale that can drive bioengineering. Bioengineering, where we get to study our matter, our bodily fluid, and all of that, which can help us start teleportation. I love to travel, but I don't like the traveling process. I sometimes wish I could just click my heels 3 times and get to a place, right? And with technology, we're able to achieve that. Then from there, we get to kind of like expand beyond what today's physics is, go deeper into quantum physics. Our time is no longer getting, us being in the 21st century is no longer limiting, because we now get to understand quantum physics and how it applies to time travel. Every single person here can afford to travel to another planet, not just within our ecosystem, but outside. Right now, it's only people like Musk and Bezos that can afford it. I want to travel around the world, and how we empower educators of today to empower the knowledge that is being put out there is going to greatly impact the kind of solutions we're building that can even expedite our growth as a planet. Next slide, please. Our goal at Old School, yeah, I work at Old School, so allow me to talk about Old School for a bit. Our goal at Old School by 2030 is to empower 10 million students, right, through all of our programs. Now, how do we want to do that? By ensuring that every single African first, because how we drive things is building for Africans by Africans, empowering the African community to have the tools they need to go out there and change things in the world. Just now, Anidi wrapped up a session around why the A in EMEA is silent, and we want to make that A to be more pronounced. And how do we do that? Is by educating the future. Next slide, please. Our goal, democratizing access to quality education, not just tech education, but every education at all on all levels. Next slide. We have 3 schools, right? School of Engineering, School of Products, and School of Design. And we have an advanced program that just wrapped up their cohorts 2. Special shout out to one of my guys here, Jerry, for making that happen. And next slide, please. And our graduates from our first cohort of program are working at several companies such as Andela, Flona, TopTal, Yelp, Octosoft, Sterling Bank, and etc. Next slide, please. What's our mission? Like our mission at Old School, and also my mission here today, is to encourage you to take your future into your own hands, to go out there, build better solutions, to go out there, challenge how things are being done today. Is to go out there, empower the next person sitting next to you. It could be to empower your younger one. It could be to empower another person to be able to build solutions that can change where things are today. Because we have potential, but how we educate today's people is going to greatly impact what the world is going to be in the next 5, 10 decades, right? And it starts from us today. It starts from us deciding that we are not going to sit with the redundant curriculum we have today. It starts from us saying that we are going to adapt to a new learning system. It starts from us today saying that we're going to drive a change that is beyond what anyone is able to offer today. And how that happens is every single one of us deciding that we're going to learn and build products that are sustainable. It starts from us deciding that we are not building for ourselves, we're building for our kids. It starts from us building for the next generation. And building for the next generation sometimes entails making compromises, making sacrifices. No community, no generation makes a change without making sacrifices. And this sacrifice today has to be from our end. It means we have to push ourselves, push our limits, push our learning limits. If today we were studying for, say, 5 hours a day, it means we need to be studying for maybe another extra hour, right? And for us to do that, we have to greatly tap into all of the resources we have. How can we contribute more to open source? How can we build with collaboration in mind and not competition? So, keep learning and keep building sustainably. Next slide, please. Because we understand that building sustainably requires money and learning requires money, my team at Old School and the team at Oscar have collaborated to offer 50% off tuition in all of our programs for anyone who signs up from now till 30th of June. So if you have people who you think might benefit from this, please let them know. This is 50% off tuition. You still get to pay the application fee, FYI. Thank you so much. Next slide. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, sorry. Do you guys have questions? Any questions, please? Any question? Okay, sure.
Can we get the previous slide again?
Okay, previous slide, please.
Okay. Previous slide, please.
Yeah, my name is David, by the way. I have one specific question. How do you get to follow up students all around Africa? How do you get to follow them up? You know, one thing about learning and self-taught, like the percentage of us here are self-taught developers. How do you promote learning online and also following up also online without interrupting your everyday life?
So, the skill or the technique we've used that has been quite effective is ensuring that we have a very active community. And I mean, it's because you are part of the Oscar community, that's why you're here, right? Our students also are self-starters. We encourage our students to be self-starters. And I know I have some of them in the room. Hi, guys. Yeah, so our students are self-starters. And this is because we believe that as much as you need a community to drive you forward, you also need, you need to drive yourself, right? There are people, it's not always that people will be able to support you. And while we actively try to check in on people, we also build accountability groups, that is the learning circles. Everybody in a learning circle is responsible for the growth of everybody in that other learning circle, right? So all of this kind of like, it's picking people up. When I come to Twitter and I see my students saying, oh, this person supported me during this hard time and all of that, that is a community, right? Isolating yourself will keep you behind. You know this phrase, this quote, if you want to move fast, go alone. If you want to move far, go in a group. I have moved this far because I have a community. So tie yourself into a community and that would really help. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Hi. My name is White God Kingsley. I'm a front-end engineer, and I came into I work actively with a company, but I've been looking for opportunities where I can give back to the tech community. And my question is, as someone who is trying to find people, because to kind of help them through their learning process, and I believe Outschool is a fantastic place to do that. So how do you select your instructors? Is there a way to apply or something?
Yeah.
And all of that. That's one. And then also, I noticed that the learning curve for especially the learning curve for software engineers in general is not linear. Sure. And most of the times I've been lucky enough, because I'm self-taught, I've been lucky enough to understand how that curve goes. And I've helped about 2 engineers come into tech, and I'm also looking at helping much more people at scale. So I don't know if the platform is flexible because you talked about collaborating and all of that in building curriculums. That is the platform open to change and all of that contribution from other people?
Thank you so much for your question. So your first question regarding how we select our instructors and all of that, we are a community-driven platform, so we work with the community basically. But mainly we ask for recommendations, and some of our instructors actually reached out to us. So that's, if something you're interested in, you can reach out to us, and then although you would have to go through our screening process before you get assigned as an instructor. Or you could also mentor, right? With mentorship, that's a more you will still go through the screening process, but that is easier than actually being an instructor. I hope that answers your question. Yes. Then the second question regarding collaborating on the curriculum. We have a system of updating our curriculum every year, like not even every year. We get feedback from our students and we're already updating. I think right now the people in version 1 Python and people in version 2 Python are doing entirely different things. That's because of the feedback we got from the previous cohort. Now, for you to collaborate with us on our curriculum is to reach out and say, oh, I would love to see how I can support, right? Just like I said, we're a community-driven platform, which means we get support from different people. It still goes through like a main process because we don't want, just like I said, everybody thinks they know something, but to an extent, there has to be that system of transparency and also meritocracy, right? So if you're able to provide recommendations, we get that, we check. Based on the next 5 to 10 years, is this recommendation going to be valuable or not? If it's going to be valuable, we combine it to our curriculum. Thank you. So we'll take one last question.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, two. Okay, yes.
Okay. So my question is around like, you talked about like building like a global community,
Yeah.
right? And I feel like it is best if we can start like, it is best if we can like start like when people are like very, very young, right?
Yeah.
So how do you think like we can put something like this into our educational system, like in Africa generally?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So that's an excellent question because for us to be able to make a lasting change, a sustainable change, it means that we need to go back, right? And going back being that we would have included in our current curriculum from primary school, right? Add all of whatever needs to be added to that curriculum to make it more effective. How do we do that? It's working with the government. There needs to be active public-private partnerships, right? Collaborating with them to understand that, see, the startup ecosystem alone has shown you that we've moved past whatever it is being taught in class. Work with NITDA, work with NCC. Work with them to work on, like, I know the Startup Act has a part in it that allows for change. When it's going to be implemented, I'm not sure. But if we can drive that conversation, this is a conversation that we can even drive online. The good thing is right now I've seen that sometimes the government is taking some form of advice online. So if we can drive this conversation on Twitter, on Instagram, or whatever, talking about our curriculum needs to be updated. If we go as a mass and then drive this conversation, it should push the government to say, okay, set up a committee and let's improve the curriculum. But yes, I agree that if we are going to have a lasting change, we need to start from the curriculum way back so that at the time people are getting to secondary school, to university, they have sufficient knowledge to get them even further. Like some of us are here, you might have been done with higher institution, and that is when you are learning this skill. Assuming you learned it in, say, secondary school or in university, I'm sure you would have gone so much further. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Khalid. I'm the
Hi,
community
Khalid.
manager and also an embedded system engineer. And currently, I'm working with my school. I'm trying to draft out a curriculum for engineering students and
Yeah.
how they can fit into the new startup world. There's a collaboration. My question is, how do you, like, as a teacher or a lecturer or in the academic field, how do you contribute to open source? Yeah, that's just it.
Okay. As an educator, how do you contribute to open source? So, beyond, you don't have to be a software engineer. I'm sure all of these sessions today has been telling you, you don't have to be a software engineer to contribute to open source. There are a lot of projects out there that are on GitHub or even collaborating with people within the open source community. You might not know about them, but talking to people like, say, Ruth Ikega, people like Samson, mainly the people who lead the Oscar community, they're able to direct you to communities or projects that are effective for you to contribute to. Right? How do you collaborate? Is by collaborating as a program manager, not necessarily as a software engineer or a designer. So if you're collaborating as a program manager, you have access to projects that you can contribute to. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, David again here.
Hi, David.
One more specific question.
Okay.
I teach with sabiteach.com. I
Yeah.
teach programming C++ to students. They give
Yeah.
me to teach. That is one thing I had an issue finding a job. I had an issue finding a job. I met my engineering friend. He told me that, David, do you have a certification? Like, I noticed that we don't have a general certification that proves that we are all developers.
Yeah.
Lawyers have. I think accountants have. Engineers have. They go to engineering school. Even doctors have. So, does out school give us the opportunity to have this certified developer from out school that makes us stand out? Like, people that did ICANN, people that went to BAT, that went to law school and co.
Thank you so much for that question. So yes, a lot of ICANN, is it ICCA? There's a lot of them. Sorry. Yeah, ACCN, right? Yeah. So a lot of these industries have their own specific certification, and it would be awesome for us to have some. I do know that there's the Google Developer Experts, there's the Google Cloud Professional, there's the AWS Certified. There are all of those things. In Alt School, we offer a diploma, right? And this diploma kind of like certifies you that you have skill in software engineering, in product management, product design. We are working towards building a more standard and kind of like central certification program. And with that, we're able to kind of like support software engineers who need that proof of concept, basically. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. That was a very insightful session. A round of applause for Rachel again and Alt School. You guys can do better than this now. Okay. So before our lunch break, I guess, we have one more session. And please welcome to the stage Njoku Emmanuel, and he will be talking on embracing failure. A round of applause, please. You guys can go harder than this. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
I won't focus on you, on God.
Hello. Hello. Can I do no. Hello. Sorry, can you Hello everyone. Hi. Hello everyone. My name is Njoku Emmanuel, and I'll be speaking on embracing failure, lessons in resilience and growth. Sometime in September, I think September, October, right? I got an email from, our proposed. We're in the middle of, a fundraise, and I got an email from our proposed lead investor saying that, there was like, a change in the terms of the deal, and we couldn't we couldn't reach a middle ground pretty much, and then at that point, that was when I knew we're fucked. The company was actually fucked because we actually had only 2 months of runway left. So the management stopped taking salaries, and I had to tell the employees that we're going to cut their salaries by 50%. And then, during that time, we went into several modes of planning. We had plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D on how to, get money into the bank. And it was at that moment that, all the plans pretty much failed. And at the end of plan D, I had to I had to get on a call and tell all our employees that we were going to lay them off. That was actually the toughest moment of my life, right? And on that call, I could remember crying that everything. I told myself that I'm going to lay off my employees, right? You're going to fail your customers. You're going to fail those who trusted you. Everyone who invested in you is going to lose their money, and your reputation is going to be ruined. And I kept on telling myself that. I was really scared. I remember putting out the tweets that we're actually going to be letting go of most of our employees,
and we are going to like keep running the business for like a certain period of time for as long as we could. Please, next slide. So yeah, like this is the Laserpace logo. I think this guy here is blurred out. But the worst thing that would happen to you as a business is running out of money. That's when everything will start going against you. At some point, I felt like my village were after me because every single plan I had failed, right? $0 in the bank account, zero money in the bank account. And we went from this to this and to this. We pretty much faded out of existence. We had to like shut down the company, right? Like that was a very tough decision for us at Laserpay, shutting down and moving on. It actually took me a while. Next slide, please. Yeah, it took me a while to accept the situation of things, right? Like I told my co-founder that, look, we are not done yet. This thing cannot die like this. We have to like keep going for as long as we can. And it took me a long period of time to accept that we did our best, we tried, but the company failed and it's time to move on. We had to like even put in personal resources, borrowed money from like friends, family to keep the business running for a certain period of time. But it got to a point where we're like this can't work. We have to like shut it down. But then one of the turning points in this experience was when I basically embraced the fact that we failed. So I started accepting that reality of Laserpace's failure. That we failed. There's nothing we can do about it, right? But I accepted the fact, but I wasn't still okay with it, right? Like it was actually depressing. And one of the things that actually happened during this period when I was recovering from the experience was how I lost my confidence. So I went from being 100% confident to like 0, right? Like I couldn't even write codes. I couldn't talk to investors. I couldn't do anything, right? I couldn't pitch anymore. So my confidence literally went from 100 to 0. But then I actually had to, for me to like recover fully from this experience, I actually had to like embrace failure and learn from the experience. How did I do that? I pretty much like took a step back and tried reflecting on our journey from how we started and why we started it, and mistakes we made, things we would have done better. It was at that point I understood that, oh, we could have done this other way, right? And we could have done this that other way. So that was pretty much me reflecting, taking a time to like think about the processes, think about things we have done, and think about like our current reality as well. And in that in that moment of recovery, I got a lot of support from friends, from family. Remember, I always call. So 2 people I always call to like talk to whenever I feel very down. My lawyer Mo and Yele Badimosi of Nestcoin, and they kept on encouraging me, and that was actually what like led to me rebuilding my confidence. I also remember in December I went back to like see my parents. I went to see my friends. I just went back home. I had to like remember where I came from, remember how I started like my career, and how I took my career from -1 to like where it is right now. Next slide, please. Yeah, so while I was like home, I went through like old pictures in school when I was in ASUT, and this was me here. I spent my entire school time attending hackathons and learning how to basically building products during like hackathons. And I remember this was when we're participating in FSI and we won the Southeast Prize. And I just remember how Sapa sat me down and said, you actually have to make it. So I had no choice, right? When in school I had 0 choice. It was either this or nothing. So I had to like put in my all. So I remembered the journey from 2018, how I got my first job, to like how I got now. And I told myself that you can't can't let yourself down. You can't let your parents down. You can't let people that believe in you down. And one of the things that actually, like, you know, led me to building resilience was this recovery process was, you know, next slide please. So yeah, it was one of the things that actually made me, you know, build resilience. Next slide. So yeah, resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks and challenges. It's a crucial skill to navigate life's up and down. That recovery process actually helped me to like build my resilience muscle, right? And you know, failures can be disheartening, it can be demotivating, but embracing them helps us develop perseverance, right? We learn to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and continue striving towards our goals despite, you know, setbacks and difficulties. This resilience to persevere through failures is crucial for long-term success as it ensures we don't give up when faced with challenges. I think one of my core values I have in this life is I'll never give up, right? So no matter what happens, right, I'll never give up. But like, you know, Laserpeak was a different experience, and I was this close to like giving up, and I had to like, you know, go through that process of recovering. I went back to like, you know, remember how I started and, you know, how my value was like, I'm never going to give up, I'm never going to like, you know, quit at whatever I'm doing. Can you please go to the next slide? So yeah, viewing failure as opportunities, right? So after building resilience, I had to redefine the meaning of failure, right? I had to see failure as not failure, but I saw failure as lessons learned, how to not do something again, right? And that's basically, I started like, you know, changing and shaping like, you know, my mindset. Imagine if you win every single time. Imagine if you win every single time in life. It's definitely going to like get boring, right? Imagine you had everything going on for you. Failure actually provides some balance to like in your life. I mean, you win some, you actually lose some. So it's okay to fail. In school, in your career, in whatever you're doing, it's okay to fail. But don't ever give up. You fail forward. You fail, you know, moving on. And you know, failure also like it gives, you know, you a growth mindset. And growth mindset meaning that you actually learn from those experiences. You grow and you get better at whatever you're doing. And continuous improvement, right? I mean, like, throughout my professional life or my professional career, I've actually failed. But this was my greatest failure. And I noticed that every time I failed, the next failure was, you know, it was better, right? I failed forward. You know, I always failed forward. I never, like, you know, fell back. I failed forward and got up and, like, you know, continued moving. So, coping with failure. Next slide, please. Yeah, so coping with failure, how you treat the failure is more important than the failure itself. That's the moment that defines if you're going to bounce back. So it's very important that we are intentional about how we treat that failure than letting ourselves wallow in that failure, right? So like, you know, one of the key things that happened, you know, happened like throughout this process was when the media was all over me, you know, chasing me to tell my story. And this was the point when I wasn't ready to talk, right? I was at that point when I wasn't ready to like talk about my story, so I had to cope with that pressure. And there were also some of them who went ahead to they actually went ahead to like, you know, publish stories, made comments, false allegations about me that were untrue. I had to cope with that too. I had to cope with people putting false information, and I had to deal with not having to react to those comments, because at the point I was focused on my healing, I was focused on like, you know, bouncing back. There were also lots of people who said things based on the information they read that weren't also true. I also had to like, you know, cope with that. Yeah, so coping with failure, I had to like, you know, get into like this mindset that the way you treat that failure is more important than the failure itself. And one thing I learned from this experience is that, you know, in this life, we need to focus on what we can control, because life is going to throw everything at you. And if you pay attention to what you can't control, it's going to be overwhelming. Like, as individuals, as, you know, people, we are too focused on outcomes that we tend to like forget the process, right? Like, so anytime I ask Yele Bademosi, you know, how's your day going, or how's it going? And he'll be like, oh, he's taking it one day at a time. So we need to take life one day at a time and don't lose sight of the process. Take things one step at a time and just forget about what you can't control. If you can't control something, there's nothing in this life you can do about it. But what you can do is you can own what you control. In your career, you control your knowledge. You control the amount of information you have. So you should own that, and that would actually eventually lead to, like, you know, your desired outcome. So forget about the outcome, focus on the process. And also practice self-compassion, right? Practice self-compassion and kindness towards yourself. So that's one of the things I did when I was actually, like, you know, coping with my failure. So please, next slide. So yeah, tips for bouncing back. So I'll just run through this quickly because of time. Face the reality of the failure and accept that it has happened. Avoid dwelling on self-blame or negative emotions. Instead, you should, you know, recognize that failure and, you know, recognize that that failure is a natural part of your journey and it's an opportunity to grow. Please, next slide. So it's normal to experience, like, you know, range of emotions, right? You should allow yourself to feel those emotions, but don't let them consume you, because that's when, you know, this part is actually, like, you know, the defining part of your life when you actually, like, go through something like this. So take the time to reflect on what was wrong and, like, you know, lessons that you can learn from that experience. Next slide, please. So as we all need to, like, you know, shift and reframe our definition of failure, right? You should see failure as not failure, but learning opportunities to become better as what you do. Please, next slide. So again, practice self-compassion, be kind and passionate to yourself during challenging times, and just understand that, you know, this is a period and it's always going to, like, you know, pass. Remember that everyone, even the greatest people on this earth, they once experienced failures, right? The reason they are great is because they didn't stop. Failure didn't kill them. They had to, like, you know, keep going. And, you know, that doesn't define your worth. It doesn't define your abilities. It doesn't define what you can do. So don't, you know, don't get down. Please, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so I would like to conclude with this quote from one of my favorite books, The Hard Things About Hard Things, because it's very important for us to, like, view failures as stepping stones towards growth and improvement, right? And it says that the worst thing you can do in this life is give up, because there's probably a move, right? You just have to find it. And I'm definitely from the Jay-Z school. Forward is the only direction. Can't be afraid to fail in search of perfection. So don't get down, keep moving, fail forward. Thank you very much. I'm Joko Emmanuel.
A round of applause, please. Again, there is that saying, now we'll give up, mess up, okay? All right, so announcement, guys. You have to move to the Earth Hall, right? And everyone has to be seated so you can get, like, a meal. And I think we have, like, a keynote session probably going on very soon. Thank you, guys. Please drop the headset on the chairs. Thank you.
for this session is
Enemy steady blocking my way, but me I'm steady making my pay. I did another level, I did another level. Me I know they find their validation, but them I steady seek attention.
Let's just turn to our neighbor and say, neighbor, breaking into protocol engineering. You guys are not saying it with conviction. We're breaking into protocol engineering. All right, that's good. That's good. Right. It to happen, but God is the greatest. The devil is a liar. Say after me, the devil is a liar. We're breaking into protocol engineering. blockchain experience? Is it Solidity? Raise your hand. Solidity, Solidity. That's actually everybody that said they had blockchain experience. Okay. How many of us here knows what a Merkle tree looks like? Okay, I've heard of it before. Raise my hand. What about ECDSA? Oh, okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. That's good. What about consensus? Okay, I'm confident in this crowd actually. How many of us here have actually looked at what a consensus algorithm looks like? Okay, that guy over there. All right. What is consensus? Anyone wants to come up here and, for those of us that don't know, like, just come up here and describe what consensus is. That guy over there, you're the first to raise your hand. Just come, just come, just come, just come. It's your time. Let's go. Don't feel like coming up. Bro, don't be shy. Why should you be shy? That's it. Please give a round of applause for him. What is consensus?
Block being added on the blockchain, yeah. So basically this consensus algorithm basically enables this block. Wait, so surface level, that's just it. I don't want to go in depth.
Please give him a round of applause. He tried. You raised your hand. Do you have something to say? Alright, come up, sir, come up here. It's for everybody.
Right, so while we talk about consensus mechanisms, right, the first thing that comes to everybody's mind is proof of work, proof of stake. Well, I think goes consensus mechanisms goes beyond that, right? Because basically in a distributed system such as the blockchain, we want to have certain rules and principles by which every single participant or nodes in the blockchain can come to an agreement as regards to transactions and all, right? So while proof of work and proof of stakes probably help with getting validators and miners on track, right?
Hello. All right. Okay, I'll let you quickly finish off because I don't think we have that much time. So yeah.
Right. So as I was saying, right. So when we talk about consensus mechanisms, the first thing that comes to mind is proof of work, proof of stake, right? But I think consensus mechanisms go beyond that. It's basically how should I say the blockchain comes to an agreement, because when you have in decentralized system that has different nodes partaking, right? You want to establish certain systems and rules by which we can come to agreement. So basically, that's what we talk about when we talk about consensus mechanisms in very simple terms.
All right. So yeah, let's just get into it. So a little bit about me. I've been obsessed with blockchain since 2017. This is around the time, if you remember, Bitcoin went from $1,000 in January to about $20,000 by December. That to me was ridiculous. So I decided to like research what exactly Bitcoin was, what exactly this blockchain hype was about. And little did I know, I would spend the rest of my life researching blockchains. So yeah, let's keep the slides going. So, and also around the time when I started researching on blockchains, I also started doing Rust open source. So I've also done a little bit of mobile development with React Native at the time, but I didn't want to spend my whole life writing React Native. I wanted to do systems engineering. I wanted to code low-level programs for all kinds of applications, IoT, big data, whatever. So I picked up Rust in 2017. And then at the end of 2017, I decided, okay, maybe I can apply Rust to blockchain. So let's keep going. So, of course, this is open source first. I did a lot of open source around 2017. Let's keep going. And so little did I know that all my open source Rust actually would be instrumental in me getting a job at Parity. Actually, how I got the job was very funny because usually I'm on Reddit, on the Rust subreddit, and people post their the work that they're doing, maybe some open source library, some really nice code that they wrote, and Parity posted, hey look, we're looking for Rust developers, come work for us, we're doing blockchain. I applied in July and I got in September. I actually got to speak with Gavin, who was the founder of Parity at the time. He's the co-founder of Ethereum, for those of you who don't know. And actually, I didn't really know who he was at the time. I just knew I wanted to do blockchains. So let's keep going. So my time at Parity was spent on the Rust implementation of Ethereum. For those who know, Ethereum is currently written in Go. That's the official software maintained by the foundation. But Parity had their own implementation. Because I mean, anyone can write an Ethereum implementation. I think there's even a JavaScript implementation if you feel like contributing to that. I also worked on Substrate, which is a blockchain framework in Rust, as well as the Polkadot network, which was built with Substrate. So let's keep going. So I spent roughly 3 years in Parity, where I decided, okay, I've worked on infrastructure enough. I want to see what it's like to build applications with this infrastructure that we've worked on. So I started Polytope Labs in 2021 after leaving Parity, and the rest is history. So, what about Polytope? Let's see, what does Polytope do exactly? Next slide. Next slide. So Polytope Labs is a blockchain research and development lab. And I know you're probably asking yourself, okay, what exactly are you researching about blockchains? Well, keep going. Well, our research areas include things like cryptography, next slide, blockchain protocols, and ZK proofs. So keep going, next slide. Next slide. Yes. One more. So our research is actually funded by the Web3 Foundation and the Polkadot Treasury. So the Web3 Foundation is kind of like the Ethereum Foundation, but for Polkadot, as well as the Polkadot Treasury. And you can think of the Polkadot Treasury as the sort of funds that is held by the network. So people who own the DOT tokens can vote on how to spend these funds. So they've funded some of our research areas, and we're glad to be, of course, one of the recipients of their grant funding. So let's keep going. So if you're interested in the kind of problems that we tackle, the kind of things that we're thinking about, you can just check out our research websites and yeah, go crazy. So next slide. All right, so the title of this talk is Breaking into Protocol Engineering. But why would you be trying to break into protocol engineering in the first place, right? I thought we could just write Solidity and be happy and upload our ERC20 contracts and sell meme coins. Not really. So those of us who are blockchain engineers here know that blockchains are not scalable, for instance. So let's next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So yes, blockchains are not scalable. Those of us who are also in the space will see that there's this blockchain scalability trilemma, right? You either have to sacrifice two things to get one thing, yada yada yada. You know how that goes. So most of them are not really scalable. You know, people will claim Solana is scalable, but you can't run a Solana node on your laptop. You know, you need to run it in enterprise grade servers. That's not really scalable. That's just a database at that point, right? So let's keep going. They lack privacy, and I think this is one of the most critical parts of blockchains that make it not ready for mass adoption, right? Imagine if a company wanted to hold their funds on the chain. Now, all of their competitors can see how much they have and can, of course, just go raise more money and beat them out of the market. So we need privacy, and not just for companies as well, but just for like individuals on a daily basis. I don't want to have to send you money and then reveal my entire balances to you, right? This is a problem. This is a real problem, actually, and there's lots of people who are working on this problem. So let's keep going. Of course, everyone's transaction histories are entirely open source. Let's keep going. Now, this is another issue that's more nuanced, but you'll start to see why it's a problem. If we think of blockchains as nation states, right? You have the Polygon network, which has a lot of users in India. You have, let's say, the Binance chain, which has a lot of users in China. You have maybe Optimistic and the Arbitrum networks, which have a lot of users in the US. If there's no way for all of these networks to talk to each other and value to move across this network, then we just started with the problem, we just go back to the problem we started with, which was how can we make value move across countries seamlessly? So blockchain network interoperability is also a very critical feature, and not a lot of people are thinking about this. So let's keep going. Of course, yes, users should be able to move across blockchain networks seamlessly. Let's keep going. Next slide. So today, in my opinion, blockchains are like the early browser. Imagine when we had HTML 1.0, right? You wouldn't be trying to build a very complex HTML game on the browser. No. Where your attention is needed the most is in building the browser itself so that it can become robust and scalable enough for it to be used by everybody. So let's keep going. Of course, I already said this. So there's a lot more work to be done at the base layer. Next slide. And what that really means is that there is more opportunities at the base layer. 8 years of smart contracts, and what have we gotten? DeFi, NFT, and all kinds of Ponzi, right? So next slide. Next slide. So if we really, really take a step back, close our eyes to the noise, close our ears to all of the hype, what has blockchains given us? Simple, seamless value transfer. I can send money to anywhere and anyone anywhere in the world. Beyond that, it's not clear if there's any other powerful application that blockchains have. So next slide. And of course, Nigeria needs crypto. We're one of the highest ranked people who adopt crypto the most. And this is beyond other third world countries across the map. So we need crypto. And if we're not the ones who are building this infrastructure for crypto, then it turns out that our Web3 scene will look a lot like our Web2 scene, right? All of our Web2 tools will be imported, and all the value and wealth that is created from us using these tools are exported. We need to switch from being just consumers to becoming builders. So next slide. Next slide. So even more especially, we've been locked out of the global financial system, right? Remember, just a few months ago, all the virtual asset card providers were locked out. This is not a coincidence. There is an agenda to keep Nigerians locked out of the system, right? If you try to send money to a Nigerian DOM account, your bank will block that transaction from anywhere you are in the world. This is exactly why crypto exists, to break down these borders that have been built to lock some people out of wealth. So next slide. I mean, of course, this is the case. We need better. Next slide. So crypto enables radical financial inclusion. You know, the blockchain will not say, oh, look, you're black, you can't send money. Or look, you're white, you can't send money. It doesn't care. It's just code. No longer are people in the middle of value transfer. It's just computers. And computers don't really care. Next slide. So, in my opinion, crypto will be the critical infrastructure for the next generation of financial services. Imagine where you are saving your money and that money is locked in some DeFi protocol and you earn rewards for your money. Your money is not custodied by anybody like SPF who can steal your money, or maybe like, you know, all these new crypto exchanges that are actually, you know, consuming their customers' funds and not really giving them value for it. So next slide. Next slide. So I want you to take away from this section that we should be the ones building this infrastructure. we should not be consumers of crypto, especially because crypto is early. Remember, it's early. And because it's early, we can make significant contributions to the infrastructure. So next slide. So, protocol engineering. Now you are interested in, okay, how do we build this infrastructure? What do we need to know? What are the things we need to learn? Let's look at them. Next slide. Protocol engineering, unlike DApp development, and smart contract development, concerns itself with infrastructure level problems. So things like consensus algorithms. My man here mentioned proof of work, proof of stake, yada yada yada. We will now be the ones designing these new consensus algorithms depending on our use cases. Because every blockchain can have a different use cases. You might want a use case that is focused on payments alone. You don't need to have a very complex consensus algorithm in that case. You can design a custom-made consensus algorithm to give you the fastest payments network ever, right? So things like interoperability, things like privacy, things like applied cryptography, and then blockchain client implementation. So as you know, blockchain is just software, right? So we need more people who are working on every intersection of these problems. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. So, of course, distributed system and consensus, things like proof of stake, proof of work. If you're interested in Ethereum, Ethereum uses Casper FFG. For instance, Sui, Aptos, they use this new mechanism called Narwhal and Tusk. These are all the words I want you to become familiar with, know how they work, and be able to even replicate them if you need to. Let's keep going. Applied cryptography. So things like hash functions, Merkle trees, digital signature algorithms. These are the things you need to understand how they work. I'm not saying you need to know how they work internally, but at least you know how they behave. You know how to use them. You don't know how SQL works inside, but you know how to use SQL. So this is how your relationship should be with these things. So let's keep going. So zero knowledge proofs, and I know they sound very, very scary, but I promise you they're not. They allow you to hide information, but still preserve the authenticity of this information. And we'll look into how this works later on. Let's keep going. So virtual machines, if you want to be able to program your blockchain. EVM is not the only virtual machine. We also have WASM. We also have eBPF. We also have RISC-0. These are all different kinds of virtual machines that I'm sure most of you haven't heard of, but you will need to become familiar with how they work. So let's keep going. Of course, P2P networking and DHT. So DHT just means digital. They are chasing me away. Do you guys want me to go? If you want me to go, I'll go. They don't want me to go. Let's keep going. So digital hash tables. This is just how you model a peer-to-peer network. So something like BitTorrent, for instance, if you've ever downloaded a torrent, you'll notice that you're downloaded from multiple people on the network. So a DHT is how you model this relationship and how you get this data from all these different decentralized peers. So let's keep going. And then the final thing is mechanism design, game theory, and economics. And yes, this is a very, very broad set of topics that a protocol engineer needs to be conversant with. But I promise you, when you combine all of these things, you get what is basically an uncensorable and unhackable network. So let's keep going. So breaking into protocol engineering, how exactly do you now become a protocol engineer? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Well, you will need to have some tolerance for math. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. Now, I didn't say you have to know math, like you have to be some sort of PhD level in math. No. All you need is to be able to read math. Just same way you're able to read code, and you can understand what's happening. You can understand, okay, this code is supposed to do this. You should be able to look at some mathematical notations and be like, okay, I understand what this math is saying. Wow. Are you guys serious? It's almost the end. It's literally almost the end. All right. If you guys would like to learn more about protocol engineering, you can check out our Twitter, Polytope Labs on Twitter. Follow us. We have a protocol guild coming up, which is like a community for people who want to be part of the protocol engineering space. Come together, share notes, share what you're learning, and basically help each other along your journey. Thank you. I'm very angry.
Shishio, I apologize, and thank you for actually taking out the time to speak to us. We are a bit behind schedule, and I would like to welcome on stage Khadija Amusa, who will be speaking to us on Empowering Africa's Future, unveiling the vision of Celo Africa Deo. Please put your hands together for Khadija.
It's okay, bro. But you should bow down when you talk to me.
burn my shit down in Soweto. I'm a god, I'm a king, I'm a pharaoh. Been a leader since I was a day. When I talk, you should pay.
Hello. Okay. So I just say next. Thank you. All right, thanks. All right, I am not even using. Alright, so nice. My God, I'm so shy. Can I start now? Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Can you wave so I can know you can hear me? Hello, everyone. My name is Khadija, but you can call me Blockchain Buddy. I am a blockchain engineer and a DevRel, and I will be unveiling the vision of Cello Africa DAO to everyone. A little bit about me. Next slide, please. A little bit about me. I transitioned into tech from public health in 2020. I'm a multi-stakeholder and I lead the DevRel at Cello Africa DAO. I am also and I'm also a runway and fashion model in my free time. Next slide. I got so many questions yesterday. What is Cello? What is Cello? Cello is the first mobile carbon native layer 1 blockchain that offers a range of developer tools such as Cello Composer, which is a really amazing tool that already has like a pre-built React app. It also has React Native app there too for people that are building on mobile apps. And we also have ADA too for smart contracts. And then we have the Valora. Valora is the crypto wallet that it is the first crypto wallet that allows you to send crypto from one person to another with their mobile number. Then the platform also has a native currency called Cello, and we have coins like the CUSD, CEUR, and CERO. Next slide. So I'll be doing like a deep dive on what we are doing in Africa. That operates through a smart contract on the blockchain. Making and governance. So depending on the DAO, they all have like their different structures, and we all know that not everything can be fully decentralized. So for my own DAO, this is our structure. Next slide, please. So we have the multi-sig holder. I am a multi-sig holder in my DAO. We have 4 multi-sig holders. We also have core contributors, which includes the junior developers, the technical ambassadors, and the university ambassadors too. And then we have the DAO members. These are people that are just there to observe and make decisions and also vote. Next slide, please. So our key focus area in Africa. So we are currently active in over 4 countries in Africa, including Nigeria. We have ambassadors in Kenya, Rwanda, in Ghana, and we are looking to expand. So we will be doing local incubation programs and developer relations, which involves mini hackathons, and we'll also be moving the winners of the hackathons to Cello Camp. Cello Camp is like a virtual accelerator program. So, we have like developer workshops and support for Web2 developers that are trying to build, and also Web3 developers that are also trying to build on Cello. So we provide support for them. We teach people how to like build on our blockchain. And we also do community education and university outreach. This year we've gone to Unilab, we've gone to LASU, we've gone to OA, no, we didn't go to OAU, we've gone to Kwara Poly, UNN, we have an event in UNN next month, and we've also gone to universities in Kenya and Rwanda. And then market awareness and branding. Next slide, please. So how can you participate in the DAO? Our DAO is open for everyone, and all our activities are fully open source. You can be a developer. If you're a Web2 developer, you can join our DAO. If you're a Web3 developer, you can also join our DAO. And there are little incentives that we give people, just like small money though. Then you can also contribute as a technical writer. We have a blog on Ashno that everyone can contribute to. Then if you're a content creator and a designer, you can also contribute to our DAO. If you are a university lead in your school, maybe you head a department, or maybe you're a Google developer student lead, you can reach out to me after and let us know how we can come and support your school. Then if you're a community manager and a social manager, you can also join the DAO. And if you are someone that doesn't like stress, you can just sit down and just observe in the DAO and just vote for people when they make their proposals. If you scan this barcode, you see a link to join our DAO and also to download the Valora wallet. So next slide, please. So you can connect with me on Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. That's my handle. And I would also be doing a giveaway. I am giving out $100 to 10 people here. So all you have to do is take a picture by my booth or of me talking, post it on Twitter, tag me, and put OscarFest, the hashtag OscarFest 2023 and Cello Africa DAO. I'll be picking 10 people randomly, and and you need to have a Valora wallet. So if you don't have a Valora wallet, you need to download that now. So thank you very much. That was fast.
Thank you, Khadija. Okay, so our next speaker is Tofumi Falade, who would be giving us the Paystack talk. Please put your hands together for Tofumi. I'm extremely eager to actually hear this this session. Hi.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. My name is Tofumi. Before I start my session, I need 2 volunteers on stage. Can 2 people just come on stage? Yes, please come. Thank you. So I have 15 minutes, but I want to do a party trick before I start my session. All right, so you stand there. You stand there. So what is going to happen is I'm going to give you a deck of cards. You're going to pick one card, memorize the card. I'll give you another deck of cards. You pick one card, memorize the card. Then I'll give you the other deck for you to shuffle the card, okay? I'll give you the other deck for you to shuffle the card. Then I'm going to guess which card you picked, and I'll guess which card you picked. So, let's hope I don't fail. All right, so shuffle it so that it's please don't look at the card. You need to, yeah, shuffle. So we don't look at the card together, to shuffle. So when you're done, let me know. All right, so pick one. And pick one. Yeah, don't let me see it. Thank you. Pick one. Don't let me see it. Thank you. When you're done memorizing, let me know. Are you done? Shuffle it again. Shuffle it again. All right. We have just 1 minute for that. Done. All right. Thank you. Thank you. So I am going to try to guess the card you picked, and I'm going to try to guess the card you picked. So let's see. More. This thing is hard though. But is this the card you picked? Alright, cool. Then your turn. Let's see. Is this your card? Alright, thank you. A round of applause for both of them. Just go have your seats. Thanks. Alright, so my name is Tofumi Falade. I'm not a magician. I am a senior backend engineer at Paystack. I am on the team that works on what processes your card when you try to pay with Paystack. And my session today, please can I see my slide on the screen? Thank you. My session today is about being a developer's developer. Next slide, please. I'm sure you're wondering, what does this even mean? What does being a developer's developer mean? Next slide. It simply means building tools that are useful for yourself and are useful for the developer community at large. Basically, you are building tools that other developers can use, they can contribute to, they can they can inspect, they can enhance it. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? Yeah, next slide. Yep, next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, yeah, you guessed it, that is open source, okay? So, building a software that other developers can contribute to, they can inspect, they can enhance. That's open source. Next slide. Now, the aim of this session, I want it to be very clear, and I want you all to take note of what the aim of this session is really about. Next slide. The first one is demystifying creating open source tools. I'm sure when you hear, oh, I contributed to an open source tool, it might sound mysterious. And what even sounds more mysterious than that is, oh, I created an open source tool from scratch. Yeah, it sounds like, where do you even start from? Where do you go from there? Next slide. Also, the aim of this session is I want to help you to discover the power to be able to build an open source tool. I want to help you to be able to build something new for yourself and something for the community at large. I want you to be able to live here, to be able to go home and actually start building. Next slide. Having said all of that, I want you to be very clear. You don't need to bring out your laptop. This is not going to be a coding session. I'm not teaching you how to code. I am going to be telling you a story. Simple as that. I'm just going to be telling you a story, and I hope the story I'm going to tell you motivates you. Has anybody here seen Social Network? It was a popular movie. You've seen Social Network. Who else has you've seen Social Network? What's the story of Social Network? About Facebook. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Nice. And him also. So Facebook, that was a story about Facebook, and it motivated me. So I'm hoping that the story I'm going to tell you today will also motivate you. All right. Next slide. So yeah, this is a short story by Tofumi Falade, myself. Next slide. This story, I have actually written it. I wrote it like on my Medium page for about 2 years now, 2020. So feel free to scan, because I have just 15 minutes. So feel free to scan the QR code. All right, cool. And so that you can follow the story. You can read the story while I talk on stage, but feel free to like predict. All right, next slide. The best thing that happened to me since I started writing code. By the way, I've been coding since 2013, and the best thing that happened to me happened 3 years after I started writing code. It was, next slide, it was switching to Linux. Yeah? When I switched to Linux, it opened like a new door for me. It opened a whole new door for me. Next slide. I went from using this powerful tool. I don't know, does anybody know what WAMP server is? All right, nice, nice. Does anybody know what XAMPP server is? All right, cool. Yeah, I went from using this very powerful tool that just helps you. It combines PHP, combines Apache, combines MySQL all together, and you start like building, right? I went from that world, I went to a world where I had to install Apache, I had to install PHP, I had to install MySQL separately. I had to understand how these components come together to operate. I had to understand how they work. I had to be able to configure them to do exactly what I wanted, not just coming from like a black box. So that was what like switching to Linux did to me. And I started writing commands. I started using the terminal. I had to get familiar with the terminal. So I started writing commands, started chaining commands together. I can see my brother is smiling, so it's connecting. I started writing commands, chaining commands. Imagine you writing something like, okay, go to this server or go to this website, download this music for me, and move this music into the music folder, right? Just by writing one command. And it clicked. I can put all of these commands together into one file and run it. And that was what, next slide, and that was what led to me learning shell scripting with Bash. This is a very interesting story because when I switched to shell scripting, I did like all manner of nonsense with shell scripting. I kept trying stuff. I kept trying to like download music, like I said, download videos, just trying to do stuff with shell scripting. Shell scripting like gave me a new power. And one day it clicked. There is a tool I need, but I haven't seen it in existence. Does anybody here know Valet? Valet is a tool, it's a virtual host creator. It was specifically created for macOS, for you to create like virtual hosts. Virtual host is, I'm building locally, and rather than having localhost / my project, I want to have my project.local. That's basically virtual host, right? Local virtual host. But the problem with Valet is that Valet, it's not a problem, but Valet, like I said, was specifically built for macOS, and Valet was running on Nginx. But I needed something that can run Apache, because I was coming from the Apache world. But I could not extend Valet, right? So I decided, okay, I have just acquired a new skill, shell scripting. Why not try to create a tool for yourself? Something that is going to align with the concept of Valet, but it's going to be very useful for you, right? So that led me to creating, thank you. That led me to creating my next tool. Next slide, please. Eknor. Feel free to scan this. When I started writing Eknor, Eknor was supposed to like just model Valet, but should be able to run for Apache, right? And mind you, when I started using Linux, I had like lots of guidance from a friend, because switching from Windows to Linux was another huge story. I had a lot of guidance from a friend, Tobalashe. Shout out to Tobalashe Akemi. You can scan Eknor. So Eknor is basically, like it says, an Apache virtual host creator built with shell script, right? So, I mean, I don't have much time, but feel free to scan and just read about it. Yeah, it did what I needed. And fun fact, Eknor is Ronke spelled backwards. It's the name of my mom, my sister, and my wife. It runs like your Apache application locally. All right, sorry, I think I'm blocking some other people's view. And after I built Eknor, and Eknor worked, like it was working for me, I told my other colleagues at the time, and they downloaded it happily. They started using it, and it was very fruitful. Like the fact that it didn't have millions of downloads, but I got feedback from like the people that matter, the people immediate to me. It kept me going. I was really happy. Next slide. And I was like, did I just do that? Like I came from, like I said, the black box WAMP server to actually creating something almost similar to WAMP itself. Yeah, it brought up something in me, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to actually start doing this more. Next slide. And that was what led to me creating these other two tools. You can find them on my GitHub repo. You see a QR code at the end. So multi-convert and cleanup. I will not be able to go too deep into what they do. Cleanup, summary, we all have messy folders, download folders, where you download music, download documents, pictures, and sometimes you just want to arrange them, because if you're someone like me, you just want to arrange all of these things. So cleanup does that. With a single command, it will group all your pictures into the picture folder. So these tools were utility. They were helpful for me, and I decided to just put them out there, and people like downloaded. I was really happy that I was getting comments on them. Next slide. But I had an aha moment where I realized, oh, I can actually do this with other languages. It didn't have to be just shell scripting. I don't know if you're following the story. It didn't have to be just shell scripting. Oh, I can use PHP to actually create a terminal tool. Oh, I can use Python to actually create a terminal tool. Then it clicked. I'm going to create my new tool, not using shell scripts, but using Python. Next slide. And I created this tool called MySQL Auto Restore. I will not be able to go too deep into what MySQL Auto Restore also does, but basically it helps you migrate your MySQL databases that you dump from one system. You can migrate it easily to the next system, and it will automatically create. If you've ever done this process before, you know that you have to create the database manually before you run your dump file. But with this tool, it automatically like creates all the databases for you and runs the dump file automatically. So yeah, this was my last. It's been a while I actually like created like one of these tools, but it was a very interesting journey. Now I do like a lot of stuff in my company, myself. Yeah. Next slide. Now the takeaways. That's the end of my story, by the way. The takeaways, things that I want you to pick out from this story. Remember when I started, I said the aim of this session is for you to be motivated. The major takeaways I want you to note is one, utility tools can also be open source. I know most of us are familiar with libraries, frameworks being the open source. You can create utility tools. You can create something that is useful for you, maybe via terminal, and you can push it online. You never know, you are helping someone else. Yeah. The second one is get familiar with terminal or PowerShell. Just get familiar with like not using GUI. I'm not saying GUI is bad. It's not bad. It's great. But also learn to use terminal. Like it's going to expose you to a new world that you don't even know exists. And also automate things. When you find yourself repeating something, you are running like thousands of commands every time you need to do something. Try to learn to automate them. And if they are tedious, try to learn to automate them. And when you automate them and they are useful for you, don't keep it. Don't be greedy. Push it online. You never know who you are helping. And that's just the fulfillment for me. The fact that I know someone somewhere will definitely enjoy using this. Then feel free to copy what exists. Now, I'm not saying you should plagiarize. What I'm saying is, in my own context, Valet existed, but Valet was for Nginx. The concept solved my problem, but the code itself wasn't going to solve my problem. So what did I do? I copied the concept and recreated. And the truth is, imitation is one of the greatest form of mastery. When you imitate something that is already in existence, that the idea has been justified, you learn from it. Yeah, so it was a great journey, and I encourage you to do the same. And also, you can extend existing tools. If Valet was already built in a way that I can support what I wanted, it would be nice. It would have been nicer for me to actually extend and push, and that way you are also contributing to what already exists. Yeah. The last one is ask for help from people that are more knowledgeable than you. It's okay not to. You cannot know it all. In my case, it was Toba Lashe. I don't know if Toba is here, but it could be your friend. It could be your neighbor. It could be like, just make sure you are able to like walk up to them. Yeah. Next slide. Disclaimer, so that tomorrow you don't see me. I want this to be very clear. I am not saying Linux is better than Windows. Yeah. It was the environment that opened my eyes up. Yeah. It could be another environment that opened your eyes up, but just be open to these things. Next slide. Thank you. That is the end of my session. Scan this to follow me on social media and LinkedIn, and the link to the article is also here. So that will be all from me. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Testing. Can you hear me? Great. Did you guys enjoy the session? You people are not looking like you enjoyed. Did you enjoy the session? Thank you. All right. So join me as I welcome on stage Oluwasegun Adeleye, who will be speaking to us on evolving infrastructure, a Cora case study. Please put your hands together for Oluwasegun Adeleye. Don't worry, you can clap. You can clap. Let's disrupt their own session. That's what I'm even looking. That's right. That's right. That's right. Thank you.
All right. Hello. All right, great. So hi everyone. Good afternoon. It's good to be here in such an amazing amazing gathering. Um, my name is Oluwasegun Adeleye. I am the city of Kora, and today I'll be talking about our journey so far and how our infrastructure has evolved over the years. Please, can you hear me? All right, cool. Please, the slide. Okay. That's taking some time. All right. So while we wait for this slide, like I said, I'll be talking about how the Kora infrastructure has evolved, over the years, from the early years to where we are at the moment. My topic is evolving infrastructure, a Kora case study. Wow, slide is not here. Okay. Okay, I think I'll just continue. So as we all know, we know of a lot of products that now support thousands, millions, and some billions of users. But the interesting thing is that most of these products start with just supporting a few users, right? And over the years, there were growth, and then they needed to support a lot more users. But across for those periods of growth, something is very important, right? Whether you have a few number of users or billions of users, something is very important, and that's they need to keep products reliable and to also keep customers delighted. So because these two things are very important. Again, we have our products are solving a specific problem, a specific set of problems, and we need to ensure that the products are solving the problem in a very reliable way and are providing the value, to make your customers delighted. So at Kora, we've gone through different stages of growth. My slide is not ready. All right. So at Kora, we've gone through different stages of growth, right? And because of the need to keep our products reliable and to also keep our customers delighted, we've had to, our infrastructure has evolved, in so many ways. So like I'll be walking you through all of these phases, these different stages, the factors, behind our decisions, including the challenges that we had, as well as the benefits. So the first phase, where it all started. At this phase is still just trying to figure out, product market fit. So there's a need not to invest so much in your infrastructure because of cost. All right, cool. Next slide. Next one. All right, I think I'll just start from here. All right, thank you. So where it all started. So, like I said, we are still figuring out product market fit at this phase. There's a need for us to keep infrastructure costs low, right? And we were processing a lot of transactions at that point in time. So we had all our 6 applications hosted in a single server. Of course, because they are hosted in a single server, backend services were basically communicating through very local host. But at the very early stage, we understood how important data is, so we already switched to using a managed database service like RDS. So again, the benefits here, low infrastructure costs. However, we had a lot of challenges. Single point of failure, right? So if the server goes down, everything on the server goes down. So all the 6 applications will basically just go down. There were tight coupling between, services. We only had basic security, just as basic as preventing remote access from the public internet, and the deployment process was so manual. So these were the challenges, and because of these challenges, there was a need for us to, evolve the infrastructure. Next slide. So the next phase for us was scaling the distributed monolith. Even though we had like a number of different services, there were still a lot of tight coupling. So we refer to this as just distributed monoliths. So we've started seeing traction, we've started gaining traction, increase in traffic, increase in number of activities on our applications. So we decided to scale the applications horizontally. It was just us creating multiple copies, multiple processes for an application, so that the traffic can be load balanced across all these applications. We also scaled the database vertically by just increasing resources, RAM, virtual cores, and just this space. But again, all the applications were still on the same server. But there was, we had some benefits here. One, we had improved performance and reliability. However, we still had like all the challenges we had with the initial phase. Next slide. So still single point of failure. We hadn't solved that problem. Tight coupling between services, basic security, and still very manual deployment. Next slide. Then phase 3. So this is where it started getting interesting, right? And this phase was largely influenced by our need to be PCI DSS compliant. So PCI DSS is a payment card industry data security standard. So it's just a requirement that anyone processing card transactions, must fulfill. So because of that, these specific requirements, we needed to separate these applications, break them apart because of the security level. So as a result of that, we had to keep some applications in, like break them into different servers, right? So we ended up with 6 applications across 4 servers. So there's some form of distributed system here. However, okay, and in addition to that, we also fixed the tight coupling between the services. Right, we had to just rework our application to basically clearly separate things, so that we can get the benefits of a distributed system. We also implemented asynchronous communication between services to improve resilience. We added, and at this point in time, we improved our security by adding, more security components like your web application firewall and the network firewall. Next slide, please. So the benefits: significantly improved security and network segmentation. Basically, just improve security, improve performance and reliability. Then an improved form of distributed system, this time around microservices. So again, we still have these limitations, no auto scaling, right? So if there's a spike in the number of requests, right, we will not auto scale. So we can't even adapt to the number of requests or traffic that we're getting at different points in time. Deployment was still manual, right? And we had inefficient DevOps process. Next slide. Yeah, so because of that, we started seeing the trend, and we had a lot of, we had a lot of traffic, and there was a need for us to be able to manage the growth over time. So this is when we started taking proactive steps, to ensuring that we maintain the reliability of our products. So we realized that we needed to have like an elastic infrastructure that would be much easier to scale. So we migrated to Kubernetes, using the AWS Elastic Kubernetes service. Implemented continuous delivery, as well as break down these services. Those services, even though they were still doing too many things, so we decided to break them down into smaller microservices, doing specific things. So the benefits, we were able to achieve auto scaling and elasticity, improve DevOps process. Deployment was a lot easier, right? So it was a lot easier for us to roll out changes, even in the event of an error, we could easily roll back these changes. So life was getting better here. It was a lot easier for us to, manage our infrastructure. Next slide. But we still had a few challenges. Because we're trying to manage complexity over time, we still decided to have all of these services, especially the core transaction processing service, connected to the same DB. And I mean, for when it comes to distributed system, there's always that complexity that comes from ensuring data consistency across your services. But we wanted to manage this, so because it was important. It was the first time we were entering into this. So we didn't want a situation whereby things would become so difficult for us to manage. So we decided to keep this way, but having it in mind that this has to change because it wasn't sustainable. Then of course, because of we've now started breaking things into microservices, that introduces some complexity. Then we didn't have observability. I'll talk about this in the next slide. So this is what will help us gain insights into the functionalities of and the performance of our applications, and also help us manage our infrastructure, our display system a lot better. Next slide. So now the next phase, right? Making sense of our infrastructure, our distributed system. Observability is very key to this. And observability is just the ability to measure the internal state of a system by examining its external performance. So you're basically just monitoring or checking a number of things, just to know. So you're looking out for specific indicators to know how performant or basically the health of your system. So we use Datadog for this. It's an observability tool in order to address this complexity and help us make sense of our system. So we had database performance monitoring, application performance monitoring, better understanding of our system. We could now proactively, so where we could easily figure out things, it was easier to maintain the distributed system, right? Reduce the complexity, and at the same time, we were able to proactively address issues before even they come up, right? Next slide. So, at this point, things are already taking shape, right? So the next thing for us is, okay, how can we further make improvements? I mean, remember, the goal here is at every stage, right, we are ensuring that our products are reliable. There's growth, but no matter how the growth, you have to ensure that products are reliable, customers are still happy using your products. So this is our current phase, really, optimizing for sustainability. We've been able to address a number of issues, right, from all the different phases, but at the same time, we are not done. The work on our infrastructure is not done. So we've been, reviewing things, looking for, optimization opportunities, changing our approach to how we create microservices around, how our product is structured. Our product teams are structured. So this is where we are at the moment, and we'll keep evolving our application, to keep those two goals. They still remain in front of us, and we'll keep working towards, always meeting those goals. Next slide. So basically, I mean, Rome was not built in a day. That's a common saying. And that's same for a lot of products that we have today. Great products, highly performant infrastructure. So we have different products: virtual accounts, payouts, card payments, and then we have a lot of businesses relying on this. So they trust us to make payments seamless. Do you understand? So that is the key reason why, as a team, as Cora, we'll keep, evolving our infrastructure in order to keep our products reliable, and to keep our customers delighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Oluwasegun. All right. So that brings us to the end of the sessions we'll be having in this hall. So now we would all need to move back to Earth, planet Earth, because we're going to be having some panel sessions there. And I'm very excited. Please drop your headsets on the way out. And whilst joining the earth, please be as quiet as much as possible. Thank you.